in 30 seconds.
I got you.
Awesome, Jaden. I appreciate that. Hello and welcome into everybody tuning in on that YouTube stream. It is so good to have you in here with us today. For all of y'all that got out there and protested in the No Kings protest today, give yourself a pat on the back. I've been saying that all day and I won't stop saying it until this stream is over. Now, you guys already know what we're going to hop into. We got some debates lined up for you. In fact, we have our first guest on the line, Mr. Isaac. Take it away. Tell us why you support fascist King Trump.
Well, I don't like the term fascist being used. Can you kind of define fascist for me?
Yeah, so
I'm not because I feel like a lot of people use it and nobody really like explains really what it is. So can you just explain why Trump's a fascist?
Of course, but first and foremost, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
May.
May. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Yeah. So I believe that fascism is best defined by tenets. So I particularly like to hold to like the 14 defining characteristics of fascism as described in the literature. And for like the 3 people in the comment section that said that Dean is Googling it. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't remember all 14. I can remember a lot, but it's hard for me to remember that. And I mean, like, I think that Donald Trump would fulfill all 14 characteristics as defined in the literature. You know, maybe we could pick out one and discuss it.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. But you can't say that there's 14 things. You can't give me a specific like example and what like people say fascist, but what makes him fascist? That's my only question.
What makes Donald Trump fascist is that he fulfills all 14 characteristics or tenets of fascism as described in academia. And keep in mind that you don't have to fulfill all 14. You could fulfill a sufficient amount. He just so happens to fulfill every single one.
I'm just saying, instead of calling him a fascist every chance you get, at least explain to me like a few of those points.
Okay. Well, I think that I could do both, because you're saying instead of calling him a fascist, I could explain to you why I think he's fascist. So I think I could call him a fascist and explain to you why I think he's fascist.
Okay.
But I guess let's go over them. Well, so the first tenet of fascism is going to be powerful and continuing nationalism. I don't think I need to tell you why I think he upholds powerful and continuing nationalism on a day where he has now spent over $50 million to do a military parade like North Korea. The second tenet of fascism is going to be a disdain for human rights. Remember when he illegally deported an immigrant by the name of Rodrigo Garcia, violating both his constitutional and human rights, and sent him for a detention center for terrorists in El Salvador? And then when the Supreme Court ruled that as unconstitutional, the Trump administration swung back and said that he's never going to come home and they don't care. Or remember that other time when he straight up told a news reporter that he doesn't know if he has to uphold the Constitution after violating the human and constitutional rights of so many undocumented immigrants to due process when deporting them? Remember that federal judge that was like, hey, I actually have enough evidence to hold Trump in contempt of court because he's ignoring my order to turn the planes with immigrants around because he didn't give them due process. Do we remember that? So, I mean, he fulfills the second characteristic of fascism that way. The third tenet is going to be identification of enemies as a unifying cause. Well, what was point number 2 about? Undocumented immigrants. Yeah, he's convinced you that they're gang members, P3DOs, violent, that they're kidnappers, they're going to eat your fucking pets. All the while, they're 2 times less likely to commit violent crimes than you. So he fulfills that characteristic. Fourth one is supremacy of the military. Wrapping back around to my justification for the first point, $50 million military parade. Fifth point is rampant sexism. He raped E. Jean Carroll, and as soon as, not even as long as 2 months ago, he called for her imprisonment because she was able to prove it in court. And there's a first 5. Maybe we can find a natural breaking point there and allow you to respond. Take it away. Oh, Isaac. Maybe he doesn't know how to unmute. Isaac, just go ahead and click on that profile picture of yours and click the icon of the microphone. I also sent you an invite to turn back on your microphone, and that should make it as simple as hitting OK on a pop-up box in the middle of your screen right now, Isaac.
Oh, my bad.
There you go. So I went over the first. I went over the first.
Sibling is walking in the room.
I went over the first 5 tenets of fascism, and I described how Donald Trump fulfills them. What is your response?
Well, I would definitely agree that all 14 are necessary in order for you to be a fascist.
I actually said other. I said otherwise.
One alone is not sufficient. Huh?
I said otherwise earlier, that you could also hold a sufficient mix. He just happens to fulfill all 14.
I definitely don't agree. Like, I agree with, he definitely fulfills a few of them, but the second one I honestly forget what it is. Okay, can we just move on to a different subject? I was just thinking about the LA wildfires and stuff like that.
Okay, I don't know
Like,
where the
I
LA
don't,
wildfires came from, but man, if you don't want to tell me why you disagree with the fact that he fulfills, he left. Ah, man, he shouldn't have asked why I thought he was honestly, if he was like, oh, I don't think Trump is a fascist, but here's why I support him, instead of saying, why do you call him a fascist? We probably wouldn't have had to cook. But, he asked the question. It was a good question. I mean, I appreciate him. But I actually do not appreciate him for leaving just because he didn't have a response, okay? Let me tell you guys what the proper thing to do is when you don't have a response. You say, okay, dude, you might actually be right. What is going on, Wheelie? Are you MAGA? And a Wheelie. Oh, Wheelie, hello. You're on the live. I could hear you, doing this with your phone. You're like doing that. You're rubbing it and we could hear it. It's kind of loud. Are you here?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2000.
2000? You were born in 2000. Yeah, MAGA math, man. MAGA math. If you're one of the 13,000 people in here and you support Trump and you'd like to come up here and have a conversation with us, let me know down below in that chat by dropping a MAGA accompanied by your age. We'll get you pulled up here. Also, for everyone, once again, that showed up to the No Kings protest, LFG, I'd also like to show some love to Keita for the $10 over on Venmo saying protesting in VA. Shout out to Keita for protesting. And Anna with the $10 on Venmo for owning MAGA on the regular. Rauri with the $5 on Venmo. Kelsey with the $5 on Venmo. And Haley, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. And I will not read your message out loud. And I'm so sorry to hear that, but seriously, I will not read it out loud. Thank you for the $20, Haley. Show some love to Haley down below in that comment section. And Connor, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying me and my husband protested today in Florida. Shout out to you and your husband, Connor. What's going on, Buzz? Are you MAGA? Buzz, we got you on the line. We could all hear that sweet silence. You want to have a conversation?
Yeah, sorry, buddy. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah. What time is it?
It's 11 minutes past midnight.
11. Okay. All right. Well, you're not in America, so we're going to move on to the next guest. Also, I see everybody spamming 2006 down below in that chat. I thought that I heard 2000, but if everybody else heard 2006, I'm wrong. Whoops. If you happen to be the guest that I kicked out, feel free to hop back in that queue. What's going on, TMB? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I am, but you literally you convinced me otherwise, brother. You changed my whole heart around.
Well,
I'm probably one of your biggest fans now, man.
Dude, I'm so sorry. I got to thank Chai for that really cute little kitten. Thank you for the very kind gift, Chai. And TMB, Matt, wow, man. Well, I mean, we usually kick people off that aren't MAGA, but when did you change your mind, man?
Okay, so 2 days ago, I was watching you go live, and you were dropping facts. Facts. You can't argue facts. I am not paid to chat. I'm not paid by him to say this. He's dropping facts.
TMB, man. Welcome to the right side of history. Now you don't have to risk your grandchildren in 50 years looking at you and asking you why you ever supported such a heinous leader. Welcome to the right side history, and you are welcome.
I have a daughter
very
too.
Open arms.
You was arguing with someone that was trying to do better for their kids or their daughter or something. You clowned on them and you made them look idiotic.
Man, we appreciate you for being a good man, a good dad. And listen, better late than never. I understand that you probably voted for an election. There's nothing we could do to change that. All we could do is work forward. And, at least today, you are now pushing our country in a positive direction by being anti-Trump. And we seriously appreciate that from you. That's what we want to see Americans do. So thank you for waking up, and I hope that you have a great rest of your day, TMB. Seriously.
You too, man. You too, bye.
Take care. Yeah, everybody. I saw a couple people in the comment section holding a little bit of disdain towards him, saying that it's too late. With that attitude, we're never going to progress, everybody. We're seriously never going to progress. When an individual is able to change their mind, that is the best possible outcome. That is what we want, everybody. That is what we want. What's going on, FFO, or do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
Yeah, I support it. I'm 25.
Cool. All right, well, we'll go and hop into a debate real quick before we do. Christine, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. And I'll check out your account, but thank you for the love, Christine. Let's get 200 Christine W's, as well as Allie for the $20. Thank you so much for the love, Allie. Shout out to Allie, ALLY, as well as Mel with a $25 saying protested from MD today. Good on you, Mel. Thank you for getting out there and being active. You are awesome. We have a couple more people to thank, but I want to go ahead and let Ford take it away. Tell us why you support Trump, man.
I just support Trump because he has good policies, you know?
Okay. You support like which ones? Really?
Like
you didn't think of an answer?
No, the tariffs.
The tariffs that he reversed?
No, but you know, other countries have a lot more respect for us now.
Okay, now we're completely pivoting. So I asked, you said that you support Trump because you think his policy is good, and then you say one word, tariffs. Then I'm like, the ones that he reversed, and then you just leave that whole first argument at the desk. So I just want to make sure, like, you actually don't support Donald Trump because you think he has good policy.
No, well, the policies, people voted against it. If we just waited out the tariffs, they would have worked.
Okay, so you know the individual that decided to revoke the tariffs was Trump, right? He didn't implement them through congressional legislation. He signed them into law through an executive order. So Donald Trump is the one that repealed them.
Well, the thing is, he was pressured to do it.
He was pressured to do it because of how they were hurting this country. So great. Yeah. He chickened out of it. And I'm actually so happy that he's a chicken within this respect. So once again, can you tell us the policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
Well, he's gonna the thing is, he's gonna put Obama back into office. That's what I like.
Okay. So those were definitely words put into a sentence that make absolutely no sense or are completely gibberish. But thank you for nothing. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. We got the next guest, Mr. Austin, loading up into the stream. Well, Austin's loading up Ruari. That is Ruari. Thank you for the $95 donation over on Venmo. Ruari. Thank you so much for the love. And I probably did butcher your name, and I would like to apologize because, oh my God, seriously, thank you for the $90 donation. They say, been watching you for a long time now and always look forward to your lives. Thank you again. I love you. That is so incredibly kind, and good on you for getting out and protesting in Chicago today. Thank you for being a true American patriot. Ruari. You are awesome. So we're going to go to get that next guest up in the box right now, everybody. We are still looking for that very first Trump supporter to come up and have a conversation with us that is longer than 5 minutes. All right, well, they're calling in from the bar, so I'm going to go ahead and let them go. Oh, my lordy lord. Let's go ahead and get that next guest up here. What's going on?
Fuck off. If you support Trump, fuck off.
Okay, well, it's a Brit chiming in. Even the Brits are feeling patriotic. You know what? Good for you, man. But, just looking for some Trump supporters.
Hello.
What's going on, Taylor
doing?
Made? You MAGA?
Yes, sir. I know what I'm about to say you don't care about, but I got 4 reasons why we should vote for him.
Okay. So tell us why you support the man.
All right. So the first reason, I know you're not going to care because a lot of y'all don't care, but he helped us out. He helped a lot of African Americans out, and I'll tell you how. You want to know how or no?
Yeah, I do.
Would you like to know how or no?
I said yes, I would.
All right. So first of all, you probably don't know who this guy is. He's an African American rapper. His name is NBA Youngboy. And you know what he did for NBA Youngboy?
The craziest part is that
he cleared all his records.
The craziest
so
part.
he can travel.
The craziest
so he
part,
can travel and give back to the black community.
The craziest part is that I know you're not trolling because I've seen
What?
you.
What's the craziest part?
Okay, there's a little bit of delay. So there's a
I'm
little
not
bit
trolling.
of delay. I think could you just let me speak here real quick? But I understand there's a little bit of delay. Honestly, would you like turn your Wi-Fi on or turn it on off? You know, there's just a little bit of a delay there. Maybe swipe in and out of the app. And while you're doing that, so the craziest part for everybody watching is they're actually not trolling. So I've seen this this individual on,
Okay, give me one more second.
Other
Give me
Trump on like other like political lives before. Like I know that this isn't a joke. Okay, all right. So listen, I don't think that pardoning NBA.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. While they're trying to figure that out, everybody make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Y'all also make sure that we're sharing this live out with a handful of friends, everybody. All right. And then in the meantime, Grace, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube
Yo, can you
Super
hear
Chat,
me?
and Julia, thank you for the 10 as well. Shout out to Grace and Julia. I sure can. Kinsey,
Sorry,
thank you for the
I'm in
$30
Indiana,
over on
country.
Venmo. I appreciate you for the $30 on Venmo, Kinsey. Shout out to Kinsey down below in that chat. And I did hear about the two lawmakers that got assassinated. That's so sad, Kinsey. I was talking about that a little bit earlier. But anyways, Taylor, am I good to go? All right. Oh,
Yeah, did you hear me?
Yep. Okay. It looks like I'm good to go. So Taylor, here's what I have to say about your argument. First and foremost, I think if we just weigh like the pros and the cons about like how Donald Trump has positively impacted black individuals in America versus how he's negatively impacted black individuals in America, I believe that we come up to a net negative. Why do I say that? Well, let's explore a handful of reasons. First, his economic policy for the second administration, the BBB, is set to disproportionately reduce the after-tax income of Americans the less money they make. My source would be the CBPP, the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. Okay, and the reason why this is in this policy would disproportionately negatively impact black Americans compared to white Americans because slavery and its aftermath has caused wealth disparities and income between black Americans and white Americans. So his economic policy disproportionately serves to the worst interests of black Americans. Also, he has stigmatized the idea of DEI and the way in which he has used the term and deployed it within the GOP, his speeches, from the White House, etc., is to literally just belittle black people because they're black, or assume that black individuals are underqualified because they're black. Okay, and I mean, we have seen MAGA follow suit, which is onset higher levels of racism in this country compared to what we may have seen in the last 4 years. My evidence of this would be racism directed to the mayor of LA during the LA fires. Every Trump supporter and their mother were calling Karen, the black mayor of LA, a DEI hire because they didn't believe that she was performing the best. Now, if we look at any white politician who MAGA has not believed has performed the best, like Biden, they don't call him a DEI hire. Why is that? Because the mayor of LA was black. In other words, they were assuming that she was underqualified because she's black. And this has been true all across America. So not only has he been hurting black Americans through his policy, but he's also been just ever increasing social stigmas held against black individuals in the workforce. Absolutely regressing what we should be making progress on, which is a reduction of racism in this country.
So you're just gonna ignore the fact of what I said?
So the point that you made was he pardoned NBA Youngboy. So I know nothing about NBA Youngboy's charges. I don't know if he was innocent and deserved the pardon or was guilty and was let off when he should be in jail. Okay, but like regardless of what the outcome is, I would say the points that I brought up would outweigh the benefit received by NBA Youngboy given he was innocent.
Okay. But anyways, it did a lot for the black community. And then two,
Can you
I
respond
know
to
you
my
don't care
argument?
about us. I just did. I just said it did a lot for the black community that y'all don't care about. Y'all don't care about the black community.
Are you gonna? Okay, so just to clarify, can you please tell me what my argument was?
You're saying Donald Trump Just you saying all the charges that weren't real or something, that basically they're not real.
What?
That
No,
you're not sure if
my argument
if it's
was that
true.
he's like significantly served to the worst interest of Black Americans because of his terrible economic policy in which disproportionately hurts them, and like the social stigmas in which he's further emboldened related to racism against Black Americans by negatively positioning DEI and using it to target Black individuals in the workforce and in American politics.
He ain't target on people. Stop that cap. That's not him.
Okay, so
He
then why
didn't
does
target nobody.
why
It's the
does MAGA
economy.
only call the Black mayor of LA a DEI hire because they think that she's not good at her job, even though you guys have been screaming from the hilltops about how bad Biden was at his, but he's never a DEI hire. Or why was Kamala Harris a DEI hire, but Obama wasn't, nor was Tim? Sorry, not Obama. Biden wasn't, nor was Tim. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't the first time that we've seen him target Black individuals in the workforce. I mean, in like 2008 through 2012, he promoted the birther myth of Barack Obama, which straight up said Americans don't vote for him because he's Black. Yeah, that's what the birther myth was, saying that he was born in Kenya, therefore he wasn't constitutionally eligible to run for the presidency, even though he has a birth certificate from Hawaii. That was Donald Trump intentionally trying to restrict the job opportunity of Black Americans because they were Black American.
I respect that, but he has to. You know what I'm saying? That's just his character. Like Donald Trump is an outspoken person.
That's
like
just his character. His character's just racist.
He's just a funny man. You know what I'm saying? He's just a funny man, and people don't like that
So
because
very blatant racism is funny.
he's not racist.
Okay,
he's just being funny.
It wasn't racist to say that Americans shouldn't vote for Obama because he was Black.
Dean, you don't ever joke with your Black friends and say, "Hey, man, you gonna go eat some chicken or something?" You don't do that.
Actually, no, I don't. Okay, but I like to make it incredibly. No, that's not something I do. And then also, like, Donald Trump wasn't joking about the birther myth. And even if it was a joke, I mean, why would we be like? What's the punchline? Is the punchline a Black individual being systemically limited from a position of power due to the color of their skin? Is that the punchline? I mean, when you open up a history book, you just start laughing because there's punchlines all over the history book. You know, every single history book you open about American history, and you read from 1750 until modern day, you're just laughing because all of the punchlines of Black individuals experiencing systemic racism.
Have you seen the movie Sinners?
Not yet. No, I haven't yet. I don't know anything.
You said not yet?
No, I haven't heard anything about it. I saw that it was ranked pretty high on Prime though, so I might watch it. But anyways, could you please respond to what I just said?
Go watch it. Go watch it.
Okay, are you gonna respond to what I said?
Yes, I am. I'm not saying that's funny. I'm not saying it's a joke when I open the history book and stuff. But I'm saying that's how he is. Like, he's just a play around man.
He just is racist.
But that doesn't mean he's racist.
Bro, is attempting to get a Black person limited? Is attempting to get a Black person rejected from a job opportunity because of their race racist?
We deal with that every day, even without Donald Trump.
Is it racist?
Like, I can go to a regular.
Is it racist?
I think it's more.
Is it racist?
I mean, doesn't he have Black friends and he works with Black people? So I don't think he's technically racist.
Yeah, you're gonna be troll, man. I'm gonna go ahead and skip you now. Jesus Christ, everybody. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Holy shit. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping. Let's try to get up to 2 million likes. What's going on, Pookie? You MAGA? Sorry, you have a lot of background noise, so we're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We got Gavin loading up into the box. Odessa, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, saying that you've inspired me to fight back and have my voice heard. Because of that, I went to my first protest today in SoCal. Let's go, Odessa! Thank you for showing up to your local protest. Shout out to Odessa for showing up to her local protest. And Carl with the $25 on Venmo, saying I went to one of the protests in VA. Shout out to Carl for showing up to one of his local protests. Show Carl and Odessa some love. As well, Sebastian with a 7. And Kinsey, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Kinsey says, did you hear about the 2 Democratic lawmakers and their families being assassinated. I did. That is so incredibly sad. Unreal. Like that. That is no place in America. As well as Michelle with the $25 over on Venmo, saying, for my daughter Parker and I, we've learned so much from you. Thank you for the love, Michelle, and Michelle's daughter Parker. As well as Crystal with a 10. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Shout out to Crystal and Lovey with the 1. Welcome in, new guest. Are you a Trump supporter?
MAGA!
Okay, did you just say the N-word or did you just scream MAGA?
MAGA!
Okay, you said MAGA. Okay, how old are you?
22.
Okay, what year were you born in? Okay, good guy. Goodbye, Gavin. MAGA, yeah, really representing the crowd well. Yeah, just screaming at the top of your lungs. And I mean, you're so stupid you don't even know what year you're fucking born in. Kyra, what's up? You MAGA? You support Trump?
Yes, I love Trump.
Oh, cringe.
I love America.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay, I don't think that the phrase "I love Trump" and the phrase "I love America" can be uttered within the same breath without being an absolute hypocrite. Because if you loved America, you would despise Trump for trying to consolidate power to the federal branch of government. You would despise Trump for calling himself a king. You would despise Trump for explicitly calling for the termination of our Constitution. You would despise Trump for running on policy that violates our constitutional rights, such as when he ran on putting people in jail for a year for burning the American flag. SCOTUS ruled in '78 that was unconstitutional. You would despise Trump for saying that he doesn't even know if he has to follow the Constitution. And you would despise Trump for trying to launch the largest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War with his fake electorate plot of 2020 when he tried to rig and steal the election from Biden. Don't call yourself a patriot. You don't deserve the title. The GOP has made a mockery out of that title. That title belongs to anybody that is anti-Trump. And honestly, I about said anyone that's liberal, but this is no longer red versus blue. This is Americans versus traitors. This is individuals that value humanity versus the inhumane monsters that support and platform, the individual in the Oval Office we see there today.
Okay, but tell me why. The people that are Republicans, they're the ones that have the American flags. Tell me why when you see an American flag, you know they're Republican. It's because they love their country. You can't say the same about a Democrat.
I went to a No Kings protest today. I saw maybe over 500 American flags. So I don't know too much about that anymore, man.
Well, how come the Democrats are the ones that are kneeling?
Also, I just want to clarify that even if it was just the Republicans that were flying the flag, guess what? It's a symbol on the right versus substance on the left. The only thing you have is the flag. You have no substance to justify that you actually care about it.
I would completely disagree because I believe Republicans are built on common sense and Democrats are built on feelings and delusions.
Is it common sense to support a rapist?
A rapist? Do you have evidence for that?
Yeah, for sure. Only the unanimous ruling of a jury of 9.
Are you talking about Trump being a rapist?
Yes.
Who has he raped?
E. Jean Carroll.
E. Jean Carroll?
Yeah.
Why is he not locked up then?
Because it was a civil court. He was only forced to give her $87 million.
$87 million?
Yep.
You know there's a lot of people that lie.
Yeah, a lot of people lie. And?
I'm just saying that we don't have any proof that he raped her.
Man, with all due respect, you didn't even know about this 5 seconds ago. How could you possibly say with certainty that we have no proof that he raped her?
Because
is it common sense to base reality on your beliefs? Like, I'm sorry, I know that you don't know that. You learned about this less than 30 seconds ago. Did you just become a professional on the subject all of a sudden in the last 30 seconds? You paused time, read through all the court documents, and made that determination in a split second? No, you didn't. You don't know that you don't know that. Come on.
Okay, besides attacking his character, we can talk about what he's actually doing as a president, because that's completely different. Because whether or not people are going to lie about what he's doing in his moral behaviors, that's completely different from who's running the country based on righteousness and law. So
Okay,
those
well,
are
I mean, hey, I'd say that it's not common sense to completely ignore the character of the person running the country because his character informs us on how he wants to run the country. I'll just give you like a really specific example. He's a rapist. What does this mean? He doesn't really care about what's good for other people. And because he doesn't really care about what's good for other people, this perfectly fits into the picture of Donald Trump advocating for economic policy and reform in which reduces the after-tax income of 80% of Americans.
Well, here's the thing with that. If we want to talk about character, then you voted for Kamala, right?
Yeah, W. Harris. W. Harris in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
chat.
Yeah. Her character was horrible, right? And her policies were even worse.
Really? Okay. Name one bad thing about her character and name one bad policy she ran on.
Well, abortion was her personality, first of all. Second of all, she was so rude, especially to people who are Christians. I'm a Christian. She hated Jesus, obviously. She didn't want anyone to Jesus.
How could she hate Jesus if she was a Baptist?
Well, she's obviously not
Why
because
do you
she
say
says
that?
you can get out. There was people who are Christian Trump supporters.
Wait. Why do you say she's not really a Christian? What has she done that makes her not really a Christian?
She supports abortion. That is completely against the Bible.
Okay, so Donald Trump is paid for an abortion. He's not a Christian.
What do you mean he's paid for an abortion?
Yeah, he's paid for an abortion. Let's just go on Google real quick. When did Trump pay for an abortion? Enter, go. Wow. He's actually paid for 8 abortions. Jeez. Okay. Yeah.
He's paid for 8 abortions.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Not to mention that if like supporting legal access to abortion means that you're not a Christian, raping a woman definitely means that you're not a Christian. I mean, he's also gone on record boasting about perving on like naked, changing teenage girls. That means he's not a Christian. I mean, he's cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a porn star. That means he's not a Christian. And by the way, supporting legal access to abortion doesn't make you not a Christian. It makes you a logically coherent Christian. The reason why I say that is as follows. If we want to operate and run a criminal justice system and reform our legislation to mirror the moral laws of the Bible, we'd also have to make it illegal to tell a lie because that is also explicitly condemned in the 10 Commandments. Okay, but that's very absurd. So this means that we should support a separation between the church and the state. This would make the implication that the very obvious view of a Christian as it relates to the topic of abortion should be, although I might think it's wrong, I can't use my religion as a motivating reason why I think it should be illegal.
I would disagree. I think church and state should be together because even in the Bible, it was very political. All the kings followed. I mean, there's bad kings and then there was good kings. And in the system of the Bible, everything was run by the laws of God. And us as a nation, we were founded one nation under God, but America has gone so far from
Wait. So you think that we were founded as a Christian country?
Yes.
Okay, do you think when we were founded, we truly were a Christian country?
I think that we were rooted in Christian beliefs, yeah.
Okay, so we were truly a Christian country rooted in Christian beliefs when only white men that owned property had personhood and the right to vote?
Well, that's obviously an error of man that doesn't make it so that it's not
Wouldn't
the
that error of
actual
man
law
mean that we
rooted in
weren't
Christian
rooted
beliefs.
within Christian beliefs?
What'd you say? Sorry?
Wouldn't that mean that we weren't actually rooted within Christian beliefs because of the error of man?
No, because even King David, who was a righteous king leader in the Bible, he sinned.
Also, you said
and
that we were one nation under God. Where's that from?
That is from the Constitution.
No, it's not.
Or whatever. Well, what is it?
Dude, are you kidding me? Are you
What is
joking?
We are one nation under God, indivisible. Oh, it's
The
the
Pledge
national
of Allegiance. No, not the
Pledge
national
of-
anthem.
Yes, the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, and you think that founded our country?
Yes, the
Okay,
founding
well,
fathers
that
were
was
Christian.
that was added to the Pledge of Allegiance in 1957. So America wasn't America before 1957.
America wasn't America.
Yeah, because you said that this one nation under God shtick is what founded this country. Well, that was added to the Pledge of Allegiance in 1957.
Well, since 1957, we have been founded by Christian beliefs.
Do you think that America was more Christian in 1957 or today?
That's hard to say because there's so much sin and perversion. I feel like it's only gotten darker. I feel like it's become even more sinful today than ever.
We were more Christian when segregation was legal.
Okay, I don't agree or approve of segregation, obviously. Like, even God doesn't approve of
So what does this
racism.
mean, that we were less Christian when segregation was legal?
No, because that's a separate issue.
It's a separate issue. So you're just ignoring it then. You can't say
No.
it's actually not a separate issue because it was in America. And I'm asking you, was America more Christian? It is not a separate issue. It can't be a separate issue because it was in America.
It was in America, but if it's founded on Christian beliefs and this segregation thing was a problem, like we are continually trying, like how I see it, we're continually to try and get more and more closer to the Bible. So of course,
so then we're more Christian today than we were in 1957.
I'd say in the context of what you're saying on racism, I'd say yes. Because obviously we have.
Let me ask you a question. If you think that the state should be operated on the basis of, the Holy Book, should it be illegal for me to tell my children that Santa Claus exists just because that is a violation of the Ten Commandments?
Should it be legal for you to tell your kids that Santa Claus is real?
Yeah.
No, I would say don't tell your kids Santa Claus is real.
I didn't ask you if that's something I should or shouldn't do. I asked you if it's something that should be illegal.
If it should be illegal? Yeah, sure.
Okay, so
I think so.
It should be illegal to tell your children that Santa Claus exists, but it should be legal to vote for a rapist felon. Make that make sense.
Well, here's the thing. Santa Claus isn't making America great again. Trump is making America great again. All Santa Claus is doing is pointing to delusion, which is what the Democrats are doing. Okay.
Okay.
God.
Okay. So the
he's on
Democrats are the one engaging in delusion, even though it's
Yes.
Trump who a week and a half ago shared an article on Truth Social saying that Biden was executed in 2020 and replaced with a robotic clone. It's the Democrats engaging in delusion, even though Donald Trump has been denying the outcome of 2020 for the last 4 years, denying it as recently as 5 days ago.
Okay.
It's the Democrats engaging in delusion, yet Donald Trump is the one that said windmills cause cancer, told over 30,000 lies during his first presidency, and we even now have the testimony of one of his advisors off of his first administration, saying that he doesn't even know what's true and what's false. He says what he wants to, and if it's true, it's true, and if it's false, it's false.
There's dumb people on both the Democrat and Republican side. And when I
Understand
tell you
the
that,
dumb person I'm talking about is the champion, the victor, the king Trump.
all I'm saying is y'all don't know what a woman is, okay? And at least our party knows that.
Actually,
okay? At least-
not even. Donald Trump
Okay.
doesn't know what a woman is.
Tell me why.
Yeah, well, for sure. I guess I should say that Donald Trump doesn't know what a man is. And the reason why I say that, in his executive order saying that there's only males and females, it is a case that he said that maleness and femaleness start at the moment of conception, predicated on the size of the sex characteristics. However, there's no difference in the sex characteristics of a male or a female at conception. In fact, there's no distinction between males and females at conception. It's only at 5 to 7 weeks when the SRY gene would activate in males that there is sexual dimorphism within the human existence. And before that point, there is no sexual dimorphism, and everybody would be, quote unquote, on track to be a female. Meaning his executive order on gender or sex legally classifies everybody as a female. So Donald Trump doesn't know what a man is.
Okay, I feel like this is just a roundabout conversation to try and say that there's a middle ground gender, and I just don't agree with that. It's pretty clear. It's black and white. There's either male or female, or there's wannabe male or wannabe female. There's no in between.
Okay, then you just simply don't know your biology. Because how do you define male? How do you define female?
You define them by if you have a penis or if you have a lady vagina, and those are completely different parts and completely different
Yeah.
chromosomes.
So okay, you would define maleness and femaleness predicated on what phenotypical sex traits you're born with. So individuals can be born with both. So there's intersex conditions in which would give an individual both phenotypical sex traits of the male member and the female member.
Okay, but those are people who have like an exception. Like that's like an exception of like people who were born with, that's not supposed to happen. Like
So the
that's
idea
not a normal
so
that's
the
not
idea that
normal.
there's somehow exceptions to rules isn't true. Because rules are all encompassing. When you said that you're either a male or a female and there's no in between, you set forth
Right.
a universal rule, okay? Now you're saying that these things violate that
It's not a
universal
rule, it's logic. It's not a rule, it's logic. It's just logic. It's scientific logic. You're either
It's
born
not.
as a male or you're a female. Or, you know,
So
you're the
I just like to
you're
clarify that
exception of the
so that's literally not true. So so sex, if we're talking biologically speaking, it's not binary because of intersex conditions. You know, like if you define sex predicated on like sex characteristics, you could be born with both. That's called being phenotypically intersex. You could also be chromosomally intersex, meaning that if you define sex based upon chromosomes, men are XY, women are XX. Well, some individuals are born with XXY, some individuals are born with XYY, some individuals are born with XXXY, and some individuals are born with XYYY. I mean, this is a biological reality. I know that Republicans like to talk about that biological reality a lot. Well, this is a biological reality. And then not to mention that in other circumstances, there could be individuals in which are chromosomally male and phenotypically female, such as Swyer syndrome, meaning they have XY chromosomes with ovaries and a vagina. And the opposite is also true, where you could be born with XX chromosomes and a penis. So I mean, this definitely disputes your binary view that you're giving to us here. But, I also want to point out that I was able to dog walk you so hard on any reason that you could provide me insofar as why you support Trump, that you had to do that thing that everybody on the right does, where you then just appeal to the basis that you hate trans people. And I mean, this is why we're already seeing
I don't hate
Republicans
trans
lose
people.
elections in states like
I don't
Maine
hate trans.
because the Democrats are
That's
running
false.
on the agenda. Although my opponent is focused on who's in the potties, I'm focused on filling the potholes. Maybe instead of justifying your support as a Christian, by the way, for a presidential candidate because you dislike 0.5% of our population, you could tell us what he's doing to increase the quality of life for the 330 million Americans in this country.
Okay, I would love to. Okay, so first of all, when Biden was in office, there was craziness. First of all, his military game was terrible. He left all the tanks, all the weapons in Afghanistan. That was so embarrassing for our country. Secondly, the border was wide open. So we've got you want to talk about rapists. Biden was letting in all the rapists, all the murderers into this country. Let's look at what happened to Laken Riley. This was on account of what Biden was doing to reverse all the good work that Trump did for our country. He did make our country safe. He did.
Okay, who's
And
Molly
then
Tibbetts?
Biden
Who's Molly
reversed it.
Tibbetts?
Who's who?
Molly Tibbetts. Do you know that name?
I don't know who that is.
Of course you don't. She was murdered by an undocumented immigrant under Trump's first administration. No wonder why you don't say her name, because you don't care about Laken Riley and saying her name because she was the victim of a violent crime. You only care about her as long as it serves your narrative, and Molly Tibbetts is my evidence. And by the way, you are in no position to talk about rapists coming into America. And it's funny because you thought that this was a good point you should bring up because I was talking about how Trump's a rapist earlier. Well, guess what? If Trump's a rapist, you put him in the Oval Office. So who are you to say that rapists shouldn't be able to roam free in the streets of this country? But don't worry, because the point's false. Undocumented immigrants are 2 times less likely to commit rape compared to U.S. citizens.
Okay, but actually the facts are that the people that are illegal immigrants that are coming into our country are the ones that are raping women.
Yeah, once
Like the
again,
guy that
so
raped
that's
Laken Riley, he was a
not
legal immigrant.
true. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times more likely to be a rapist than natural U.S. born citizens. That's coming from PNAS, who has been tracking crime rates in America since 1870.
Are you like researching from a fake news outlet or what?
Yeah. The moment you start calling crime stats since the 19th century fake news is the moment you lose.
I'm just trying to tell you what Trump has been doing for our country.
And I'm trying to tell you
One of
why
those
you're
things-
wrong, and you're not, and you don't seem to be listening to me. Listen, the point you just made is that it's the undocumented immigrants who are the rapists. That point is not true. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to rape than citizens.
So you're saying that you feel more safe with any illegal immigrant, any prisoner from Venezuela, any gang member from the mafia, you feel more safe with Biden's administration, with those kind of people coming in, than Trump's administration with a border that's protecting us. You
So
feel more safe?
I'd like to clarify that just statistically speaking, if there were a person with a rational mind, they would be statistically safer if alone in a room with an undocumented immigrant compared to a natural U.S. born citizen. Like that.
So you
That's
just hate U.S.
that's
citizens.
just a
You hate U.S. citizens. That's what it is.
Oh,
You'd rather
wait.
be in a
So I want to
room
clarify.
with
Your logic is because I'm saying that undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crimes than citizens. I hate citizens. So this means because your point is that undocumented immigrants are more likely to commit violent crimes than citizens, that you hate undocumented immigrants?
You're literally saying that people from out of the country
Thanks for
are
not
more
answering
safe
my
than
question.
people in our
I really
country.
appreciate you for not answering my question.
I'm trying to make a point that you're saying that people from out of the country you think are more safe than people in our country. So why don't you go
Ma'am,
somewhere else if
that's not
how you
what
feel?
that's not what I'm saying. That's what the facts say. That's what PNAS says. So something that I think we see in a lot of Trump supporters, and I know that you're not going to be too receptive to this point, but honestly, I just simply ask any Trump supporter who's teetering and kind of on that line that's watching the stream to hear me very closely, is that me, the liberal, is bringing a source to demonstrate that what I'm saying is true. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes than citizens, and this is demonstrated by recorded crime rates. And we could even speculate what the reasons for this would be. There's a higher participation rate in the labor force. The more you work, the less likely you are to commit violent crimes. That's a positive trend that we've seen forever. Not to mention that when they commit a crime, the consequences are more severe because they'd be under the threat of being deported, which also would explain why they're less likely to commit crimes. And, you know, I could give my source, PNAS, and give like rationale behind why what the source says is true. But like, watch this, everybody. This is going to be fun. Kyra, why don't you go ahead and give us your source that says undocumented immigrants are more likely to commit crimes than citizens?
I'd have to obviously get the source from a certain website.
Okay.
But I'm just showing you I'm just trying to tell you the evidence of all the people that have been like raped and murdered from illegal immigrants.
Okay. So you're saying because you can name Laken Riley and you can name the fact that she was raped and murdered by an undocumented immigrant, this means that undocumented immigrants are more likely to commit crimes than citizens? I mean, I really think that anybody with half a brain should be able to recognize why you're wrong. Earlier, I said that undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crimes than citizens. I did not say that there's never been an example of undocumented immigrants committing crimes. I didn't say that never happens. It still happens. It's just less likely to happen. Like, you can't use like an isolated instance to demonstrate general likelihood. Like, imagine if I pointed towards the plane crash in India 2 days ago, and I use that to say that flying is less safe than driving. Like, that's going to be an illogical point to make. Only a silly goose would make that point. And now Kyra has left the stream. She is gone. She has ran away. Kyra, how about you try having a spine for the first time in your life? Just because you're losing a debate doesn't mean that you should leave. It means that you should concede. I have so much respect for Trump supporters that come up here and admit they're wrong. No, like, regardless of how fucking stupid their point is. The ability to admit you're wrong when all evidence indicates that you're wrong is very admirable. Okay? So just keep that in mind. Honestly, I'll kind of repeat that for all the Trump supporters that come up here and debate. If you're wrong, don't just run. Admit it, okay? Because you'll have my respect. What's going on, Verlin? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how do you?
25.
25, awesome, man. Well, before we hop into our debate, I gotta thank Sid for the $200 super chat over on the YouTube stream. Somebody in the Discord servers who was at the LA protest asked me to share this. They spoke to a group of the National Guards member who confirmed that they've been ordered to disperse the crowds. That means that they now have official authorization to use force, including potentially lethal force against protesters. Okay, well, Sid, what I will say is I want to be able to verify that information first because obviously that claim comes with a lot of weight. So I'll do some research on that. But everybody keep what Sid said in mind. I just can't endorse it or say that what is being said is true until I can verify it, but keep what she said in mind if you're catching my drift. But Sid, seriously, thank you so much for the $200 super chat, everybody. Let's show some love to Sid down below in that chat. As well as Firebully, thank you for the $20 on super chat saying that you went to the first protest in Nashville, Tennessee. Shout out to you, Firebully. Thank you for exercising your First Amendment right, and thank you for protesting. And then real quick, before this guy starts to speak, Rachel and Thom, thank you both for the $30 over on Venmo. Rachel and Thom are both reaching out to say that they went to protest, Thom in New York City, and Rachel in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Everybody show some love to our patriots, Rachel and Thom, for getting out there and protesting. I'm so proud of y'all both. Seriously, seriously, seriously. You guys are awesome. As well as Danielle with the $20 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Danielle. And Ducky for the $45 over on Venmo. Shout out to Ducky saying that they went out to protest in Florida. Give yourself a pat on the back, Ducky. Thank you for being a true American patriot. Huge shout out to Ducky down below. Thank you so much for getting out there. Mason, Alexandria, and Timothy, all with the $5 on Venmo. Thank you guys so much. Pierre with the 10 and Maisie with the 10. I appreciate that so much. As well as Stephanie with the $30 over on Venmo saying, thank you for using your sharing with the world, your logic, your passion, and your bright mind. Thank you so much for your kind words, as well as a $30 donation, Stephanie. That is so incredibly kind. I'm going to go ahead and thank one more person, and then we'll have this new guest give his argument. Mindy, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal, saying, hi, Dean. Here donating from my hospital bed with COVID. Oh my God, Mindy, I really hope that you're okay. Chat, pray for Mindy. And also, please show her some love for the $50 donation, but please pray for Mindy, everybody. I seriously hope that you recover. As well as Lane and Linda, thank you both for the $10 over on PayPal. Caitlin and Tyler with a $5. And Miko with the $20 on PayPal, saying these Trump cultists keep running from you. I'm actually pretty sure that everybody that has joined this live today is left. Huge shout out to Miko. And Vernon, what's going on? Why do you support Trump? Feel free to take it away.
Well, let's start first. What do you think in LA? Do you think that is protesting or rioting?
Max, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. To everybody that protested, thank you. You're why joined the Navy, not to be a pun for Trump's birthday. Max, you're a true patriot. Thank you for your service, and thank you for fighting for this country domestically as well. Shout out to you. I think that we see both protesting and rioting in LA.
Okay. I didn't know if you thought it was just protesting or if you also thought there was some rioting, because it's definitely 90% rioting. But anyhow.
All right, wait, I'm so sorry. Where are you from?
Kansas.
Let me guess. The only news you watch is Fox?
No, I actually do watch both because I mainly laugh at CNN.
Right.
Mainly,
now, why? So, the reason why I asked you that question is because you said that 90% of what's going on in LA is rioting. The only person that would say that is a Republican from Kansas.
No. About everybody that's MAGA supporters thinks the same thing. I mean,
okay, so you're just saying that a lot of Trump supporters are like stupidly wrong. That's a self-dunk, man.
No. You just look at the cinder blocks getting thrown through police cars, random people's cars getting set on fire.
Okay, so because you've seen a video of a couple Waymo cars on fire, this means... So I just want to clarify, because you've seen a video of a couple Waymo cars on fire, this means that 90% of the people in LA right now are rioting, not protesting? Don't be so delusional.
You obviously can tell that they're rioting, because why would Trump...
Wait, how can you tell that 90% of the people that are out there are rioting? How can you tell that?
Because I've seen actually more than just a video. I've watched TikTok lives about it. Why would Trump send the
Okay.
Marines
So you've seen
and
multiple
everybody else
videos of
there?
riots in LA. How does this mean that 90% of the people in LA are rioting? Wouldn't you agree that videos of individuals rioting are more likely to explode in the algorithm than videos of people peacefully protesting?
Well, of course, yes. The
Okay,
90%
right. So then how do you know that it's majority rioting?
Well, I mean, that's just, you can tell.
How can you
Off
tell?
of the TikTok lives that I've watched,
Off of TikTok? How about you ask somebody that actually lives in LA? Name one person that lives in LA that says that over 90% of the people in LA right now are rioters.
I don't know. I can't answer that because I don't know anybody from LA. I'm just saying what I've seen.
Obviously you don't know anyone from LA. I have a question. Do you think that riots like that are anti-democratic, anti-American?
Whenever they're stomping on the American flag and all that bullshit, yes.
Okay, so if stomping on the American flag is... Okay, how about this? I'm going to ask you a little bit of a silly question. Would you ever vote for a presidential candidate or support a president that stomped on the American flag because you're an American patriot?
Donald Trump has never done that.
I'm not asking you about Trump. Like obviously Trump hasn't done this. He's an American patriot. Okay, like that's one point that I actually don't contest. And obviously, like a lot of my viewers may disagree with me here, but I actually do think that Donald Trump is an American patriot. That's not an issue that I take with him. You know, so although I think he's an American patriot, there's just a lot of other issues with him. But like maybe we could agree on here. The point of this live is to seek common ground. So could we agree that like neither of us would ever support a presidential candidate or president, that would stomp on the American flag because that's anti-American?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I actually just lied to you. Here's a screenshot of Donald Trump explicitly calling for the termination of the Constitution. So if stomping on the American flag is anti-American, anti-patriotic, and that would be a red line from you ever supporting a given president, explicitly calling for the termination of the Constitution would definitely do it, and you're no longer MAGA, right?
He never said stomp on the American flag.
I know. He called for the termination of the Constitution, which is objectively more anti-American and more anti-patriotic than stomping on an American flag. Will you read this out loud?
I've already read it.
Okay, read it out loud, please.
No, I've already read it, dude. So,
can you read?
Obviously.
Okay, well then will you please read it out? Because if you can't read, then I get it. I'll read it then. But if you can read, can you please read it out loud?
I have read it. I don't need to read it out loud.
Okay, well, like the point that I wanted you to read out loud.
My time.
The point that I wanted you to read out loud is explicitly the part where he says a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the American Constitution. So answer me this: if stomping on the American flag is sufficiently anti-American to get you to never support a given president that did that, would you say that explicitly calling for the termination of the Constitution is sufficiently anti-American to get you to never support a president that's done that?
Well, honestly, I agree with him. That election was thrown. That election was thrown.
You're about to get your account banned, and I'm about to get a flag on the live, but I think the live could take one of them. I really want to have this conversation with you. Okay, I have a question. How many courts agreed?
Huh?
How many courts agreed with you and Trump?
About the entire population that voted for Trump definitely did.
Okay, so you're not answering my question. So how many courts agreed with you and Trump that the election was thrown?
I don't know. You tell me.
0. Did you know he actually took the case after spending millions of dollars on an electoral integrity committee to find any evidence of widespread voter fraud in the election? He then took all his findings to 63 handpicked courts. They all told him that he didn't have enough evidence to even open a case. And you may say, activist liberal judges, 34 of them were Republicans appointed by Republicans. Now you may say rhinos, 16 of the 34 were MAGA Trump supporters appointed by Trump himself. Okay, and then also, that's going to be, so what that tells us is that Trump and his people couldn't find any evidence. So what about the rest of the populace? Okay, well, the culmination of all the evidence that the rest of the populace could find was demonstrating the documockery of 2,000 Mules. Until you remember that the creators of said movie, admitted in deposition under oath in court that they actually had no evidence for the claims that they made. So why do you believe in something that has no evidence to support it?
It's just something that I believe in. You believe in things that doesn't have evidence.
God, you're such an idiot.
No, you do. like
holy crap.
Trump's a rapist. That is not true.
Holy shit. Could we just all quickly acknowledge that this guy admitted that he believes in it without evidence?
You believe in Trump being a rapist with no DNA tests, no solid evidence like that.
Right.
Just because a court found him supposedly might be guilty does not mean that he is with no evidence. All your claims are based on evidence.
Okay, well,
so tell
let's
me
just
some good evidence.
So the pivot's cute. I'll give you that. But here's what I'll do. I'll let you do the pivot just so I can embarrass you again. But then I'm going to go back to what you said. Obviously, if you think there was no solid evidence that the jury used to rule his guilt, name one piece of evidence that the jury used to rule his guilt. Because there was pieces of evidence recorded in discovery submitted to the jury that they used to rule his guilt. So name one of them.
Tell me that evidence.
I'm asking you a question. Oh man, for everybody listening in, we are 1 hour and 17 minutes into the live. And this entire time, we have not had one guest that hasn't left because they got gagged. Helen, thank you for the galaxy. We are going to go for an all-time record today, everybody. Today is the day that we are finally going to do it, everyone. Today is the day that we're finally going to do it. There's not been a single guest that has not ran away because they got gagged, everybody. Today might be the perfect record where we just simply scared everybody away. Now, let's go to get that next guest up of the box. What is going on? Do you support Trump, Jacko? Okay.
Hey, how you going?
What's up, Jacko? You support Trump?
No, but I do.
Based, well, we are just looking to discuss with Trump supporters about what's going on in America today. Well, we're getting that next guest up. What is going on, Max? Thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Huge shout out to Max down below in that chat, as well as Erica, Donica, and Jennifer. With the 3 people with the $20 each. Show some love to Erica, Donica, and Jennifer. Jennifer says, thanks for what you do. Donica says, keep doing what you're doing. And Erica says, hosted No Kings in My City today. Let's fucking go, Erica. Show some love to Erica, Donica, and Jennifer. What is going on, Kenna? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I've actually been on here before.
Oh, well, welcome back. Well, the last time you came up, what did we talk about?
Honestly, I forget. It was, oh my god, I actually remember. It was like when you saw the tweet of Elon's about Trump being in like the Epstein files and stuff.
Okay, is there anything else that we talked about?
I don't know. But I wasn't gonna come back on here, but I did want to ask you about like the LA riots and stuff.
You wanted to ask me about the LA riots. How about you?
Yeah, your opinion.
Okay, well, I mean, you know, I think that it's important for everybody protesting on the left to keep it peaceful, so we're not giving you know, any ammo to people like you. And it is like 97% peaceful in this state. Now, I'd also like to add on here that it is Donald Trump who's broken the law and illegally deployed the National Guard in the state. And that's also worth consideration. So take it away. Tell us why you support King Trump.
Yeah, so I actually don't think he did it illegally. I think it could have been under like the like Title 10 U.S. Code Section 12406 because the president does have the right to deploy the National Guard without the governor's consent if there's a case of like lawlessness.
Insurrection, right? And Donald Trump agreed.
No, that's different than the
insurrection. And I'd also like to clarify that, you know, sorry, not Elon Musk. Why do I say that? Governor Newsom made a case against Donald Trump for illegally deploying the National Guard. And guess what? The federal judge ruled with Governor Newsom. So, yeah, we need to keep that in mind. It's been ruled as illegal. Also, I have a question. Why do you have me reposted if you're a Trump supporter?
Because I'm in the repost.
What?
Because, I just reposted it because it was a video about, like, me.
Oh.
I was, and before we debate, I'm very excited to debate with you.
Oh, it is you. You are.
It is me. Yeah.
Okay.
You have it reposted too, actually.
Okay. Yeah. No, she is in the video. I gotta say that's gonna be the most. The only time I think anybody's ever been able to explain why they have my content reposted without like obviously being a liberal, I gotta say. So, hey, I have a question for you. You know, today was the No Kings protest, kind of pointing out the fact that Trump thinks he's a king, Trump thinks that he's a dictator, has no respect for the Constitution. How do you feel about Donald Trump's past with violating the Constitution around 5 times since his administration begun, and very murky track record of calling for its termination and trying to rig and overthrow a federal election in 2020?
Can you ask that again?
Okay.
No,
Today's the No Kings protest. So today's the No Kings protest, okay, which means individuals are getting out there and protesting about how they think that Donald Trump thinks he's a king, think that he's a dictator, doesn't respect the Constitution, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All right. And I wanted to ask you, as a Trump supporter, how do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump has violated the Constitution around 5 times since he's gained the office this term, and insistently repeated the ideas and motivations that he has no respect for it, such as when he explicitly called for its termination in December of 2022, or tried to overthrow a federal election in 2020?
You know, I probably couldn't tell you just because I wanted to come on here and talk about like maybe his like everything with like ICE and like his immigration policies.
I just want to clarify that you have no response to why today in America there was millions of people out on the streets saying that this is why we shouldn't support Trump. This is why we should impeach Trump, marking as one of the largest protests in American history. You have no response to why people were out on the streets protesting for what they believe in. So if you have no response, if you can't tell us why we are wrong, why don't you join us?
Yeah, I have no comment.
Okay, well, if you don't have a comment, I'd suggest that you leave.
Well, I that's not what I came on here to talk about.
Okay, so you're saying that on my live, I can't bring things up?
No, you can. I don't have a response for that.
Okay, Kenna, bye. We're going to move on to the next guest, everybody. Everyone give us a minute to get Sav up in the stream, everybody. Do be patient and do give us a minute, y'all, while we get that next guest loaded up into the box as we speak. Alrighty. We're going to get that next guest up in the box. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you are MAGA. Make sure that means that you do support Donald J. Trump. Make sure that means that you support Donald J. Trump. And then also, hey man, this was a while ago, but I never got a chance to say thank you, Anita. Thank you so much for the 50 pounds over on the YouTube Super Chat.
No blood flow here at all. Is that dangerous?
Okay, we're going to go to remove Emily. And Anita, I did get a chance to read your message. I'm so sorry that happened to you. And, you know, we agree. I agree. We agree. Anybody with half a brain agrees. But thank you for the 50 pounds, Anita. Please show some love to Anita down below in that chat. And Sid with another 20 on Super Chat saying it has been confirmed for the protest. Look up if need be. You got it, Sid. I appreciate you for the 20. What is up, Christian? Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 20.
And why would you support King Trump before you tell us? Gotta thank Lily for the 13 cents on PayPal. And Mark, thank you for the $20 on PayPal, saying great debating. Keep the Constitution alive while the grifter in chief is selling his fairy tale show. Shout out to you, Mark. Thank you for the $20 and the incredibly kind message. As well as, let's see here, Madison with the $15 on Venmo saying thank you for making this nation a better place. I appreciate you for the love, Madison. Heidi with the $25. Thank you, Heidi. Keaton with the 15 saying you're awesome, Dean. Let's go, Keaton. Thank you for the 15. Shout out to Heidi, Keaton, and Madison. You guys are the shit, but take it away. Tell us why you support King Trump.
The main reason I voted for Trump was because his first term, I couldn't vote, obviously. I based it on how well my mom got by because I just want the money. So in my opinion, I can't really word it.
Dude, okay, I'm sorry. Listen, you requested to join the live to discuss why you support Trump, and you can't really word why you support Trump. Listen, man, I believe things in the past that I literally couldn't explain why I believe them. I just simply did. But you know what we call that? We just call that a feeling. Okay, we can't explain our feelings sometimes. You know, like maybe like when I met my girlfriend and I had this feeling of like overwhelming, I was so attracted to her. I couldn't really explain why I felt that way. I just did. Okay, but like this is kind of like the same response that you're giving when I'm asking you why you support Trump. Is that just a feeling you have, similar to maybe like an immediate attraction to a crush? And he left, guys. We are going on an hour and a half without a single Trump supporter. Not getting gagged and running away. Hour and a half, everybody. Not one person that hasn't been gagged and ran. All right, everybody. We're going to get that next guest up in the box right now. We got Sydney loading into the live stream. Here we go, everybody. What is going on? Miranda, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying watching you has educated me and turned my Trump supporter friend around. He no longer supports him. Let's go, Miranda and Miranda's friend. Shout out to Miranda for the 5. As well as Chris with a 5 saying shout out to my fiance, Summer Hoover. Shout out to Summer. Thank you for the 5, Chris. What is going on, Sydney? Are you MAGA?
No, I like your content.
Appreciate that, but we are just looking for Trump supporters. So I would appreciate it if you would not rejoin. But nonetheless, I think that you are awesome and very, very based because you are not MAGA. And you have an echo. Test. Terrible.
Hello.
Get out of here. Moving on, here we go, guys. If you're a part of the 17.1 thousand people in the TikTok live stream, everybody make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen. And once again, I'd like to repeat, if you're watching the stream right now and you're like, hey, this Dean guy's cool and you'd like to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal could be found in the link tree. In my bio, I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms. What's up, Walker? You support Trump?
What's up?
What's up, bro? You support Trump, bro?
Yeah, a little bit.
How old are you, bro?
15.
Jeez, bro. See you,
I'm
bro.
just watching.
Gotta be at least 18 to join the live. Here we go. We're gonna move on to the next guest, Isaac. Here, lordy lord. What's up, Isaac? How old are you?
What's up? I am 22 years old.
What year were you born in?
2003.
Checks out. You support Trump?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of on the fence, and I am open to having my mind changed.
Awesome. Yo, what's up, Maja? You support Trump? And they left. Okay, Isaac, take it away. If you're on the fence, that means that there's still some reasons why you support Trump. Let's specifically talk about those reasons. Tell us why you are MAGA.
Okay, so for me, I've never really been too into like the politics because I'm just kind of like a busy person. I haven't had the time to do the research to be 100% on either side. But with the whole like deportation thing, it has gotten closer to me. So I'm kind of trying to be 100% on one side. For me, when it was going to supporting each side, it was kind of like, for me, like it makes sense the way the economy was back when Trump was president. Now when Biden is running it, things are significantly worse, it seems. I feel like Trump is going to make things better off for me. And what he was advertising, like the no taxes on overtime, things like that, it just sounded better for me as a person. I wasn't looking too much into his character. And that's kind of why I was making my decision.
So you support Trump today because you think he'll be good for the economy?
That's what it seemed to be, yeah.
Okay. Well, consumer confidence is at one of its lowest points in American history. All right. So I don't think that is good for the economy. It's also worth keeping in mind that the BBB, that includes the tax cuts, like no tax on tips, literally increases the taxes on 80% of Americans that make under $140,000 per year. Okay, and that's from the CBPP. If you have 20 minutes, go to cppp.org, go to the first link on their website, and they'll give you an entire breakdown of why that's the case. So no, he's not better for the economy. If you wanted good tax cuts and a prospering economy, should have voted for Harris, man. All right, King Trump is not going to be the man for the economy. Isaac, hello, are you there? And Isaac is gone. Goodbye, Isaac. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We're going to go get that next guest. Let it into the live. You know, how about this? If you are crazy MAGA and you would like to come up here and have a discussion, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat next to your age, and we'll pull you up here for a convo. Everybody. We'll pull you up here for a convo. What's up? You support Trump?
I do.
Austin. Oh, man, dude. You need to stop being a traitor, bro. Stop being a traitor. What about you, American Field? You MAGA?
Are you MAGA?
Child.
Are you MAGA?
All right, Austin, yes. Why are you a traitor?
I don't see myself as a traitor, bro.
I mean, only traitors support anti-constitutional, anti-American fascists that want to consolidate all power to themselves.
Well, I mean, I think people that take away freedom of speech, like Democrats would be more on the fascist side of things. But sure,
Whoa, Donald Trump literally
to each their
ran.
own.
Donald Trump literally ran on a violation of the First Amendment, like as one of his policies. He wanted to put people in jail for a year for burning the American flag. That unironically infringed upon.
Pretty sure they tried to
individuals'
take him
First
off of any kind of platform to even let him speak, to take away the ability for us to hear him talk. And, you know, I think that backfired in the election, but I don't know.
Okay, so I'm trying to make a point and you interrupt it and pivot. Why is that?
You talk a lot. Sorry.
I said less than 5 words. Was that a lot?
I'm just talking about the whole stream, but go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying that I've talked a lot before you joined, and for that
Go ahead.
reason you're going to interrupt me while I
finish what
speak?
you were saying. I apologize. Finish
Can you
what
just
you were saying.
explain that logic to us?
No, I'm a traitor. I don't really have that built in.
Yeah, no shit. So anyways, you're saying that you think that it's the Democrats who are fascists because they want to control free speech. So Donald Trump is one of the only candidates in modern American history that's unironically ran on a policy that violates our First Amendment rights. That policy was putting people in jail for a year for burning the American flag. That was ruled by SCOTUS as being in violation of our First Amendment in '78, and he's ran on that. And if you just think that violating our constitutional rights is generally fascist, so Donald Trump did violate the constitutional rights of Abrigo Garcia. SCOTUS ruled as such on April 10th. Donald Trump turned around and said that he didn't care. Okay, right? So it looks like even in accordance with your own words, your own thoughts, and your own arguments, that Donald Trump is a fascist.
Well, I mean, again, we're talking about people taking a platform away from him. You want to talk about the January 6th, which, by the way, I will actually point out that I actually was a Democrat for a very long time.
Okay, I like it when
feel
Trump
like
supporters just
Are
don't
you
have a
interrupting
response.
me?
So yes, I am.
Can you interrupt me?
Yes,
You
I
know,
can. And the reason why I'm interrupting you is because you didn't respond to what I said. That's all.
Well, I can barely hear, to be honest, on this chat, so it's hard to hear. You have to hold it to my ear.
Okay, then turn up the volume on your phone.
It's turned up pretty loud, so I can't really get any louder.
Okay, well,
I'm
then
trying.
You seemingly don't have that good of a phone. But now please
Sure, okay.
respond to what I said.
I don't have people just giving me stuff, so I have to work for everything.
You don't just
Can
have
only
people
forward back
giving
and
you
forward.
stuff?
No, I said I cannot. Never mind, dude. I have to pay for my own things. I don't get handouts and things like that, which is what Democrats want. So I have 3 kids, and I have to, pay for my own stuff. And
Can you please name one of
maybe I
these
can't.
handouts that Kamala Harris ran on?
Do they want to give everybody government? Well, sorry, my phone's going off here. They want to give everybody handouts in the sense of, they want everybody on a free health care, which would not be a very good thing. They want to give everybody Jesus Christ. I've only
Okay,
been awake.
so A, Kamala Harris didn't run on free healthcare, and I asked you to name a handout that she ran on. But B, free healthcare isn't like a money handout, because free healthcare doesn't give you money, it gives you free healthcare. So now, once again, please answer my question. Seriously, this is the second time I've spoken, and you haven't responded to a
damn it.
single thing that I've said. Please tell me what one of these handouts that Kamala Harris ran on was.
I'm not talking about her handouts in specific. I don't really know all her policies totally off the top of my head.
Right.
To be
Sounds
honest,
good. Can I name a handout that Donald Trump is actively working to try to implement?
Thanks for doing this.
He
Sure.
wants
go
to
ahead.
give every member of the top 1% in America a handout of $25,000 per year, according to the CBP's analysis of the Big Beautiful Bill. Yeah, it's going to increase the after-tax income for the top 1%ers by $25,500 per year. How do you feel about that, buddy? Tell me, how do you feel about this handout to the ultra-wealthy?
I mean, I'm not as educated, I guess, as you are, man. But at the end of the day, when you see the things that, I guess I woke up to, I don't agree with the way that Democrats handle the country. I don't like the way that they try to tell me Biden's
What's
a
one
good
bad policy
candidate.
that Biden passed?
Dude, I don't know all the policies.
Then you don't
I
know how
sit
they
there and
handle the
just
country, because he
research it.
handled the country with the use of executive orders and policies.
Okay.
Come on, bro.
I'm not going to be able to debate all policy and stuff like that, but I'm sitting there talking about, they put Biden out there and act like he's a great president when he gets lost in a closet. They sit there and they attack Donald Trump for doing certain things, and when Biden does the same thing and stuff like that, he's not competent enough to be charged and be able to handle a trial, yet he's our president.
Wait, are you saying that
He's
Biden
fake.
and Trump did the same thing as it related to like
Well,
concealing
we're talking about the
documents?
documents that got taken, for instance. I'm using
Yeah,
that
no,
for
yeah,
an
dude, you
example.
cannot say that Biden and Trump did the same thing, okay? The difference between Biden and Trump was that Trump specifically intentionally concealed them, okay? And the reason why we know that is because an aide admitted in deposition under oath to the FBI that Donald Trump had asked him to hide them in the bathroom while his house was getting raided. That's not something that Biden did. So these scenarios aren't comparable. And it's funny that you try to bring this up as hypocrisy when I bet you don't give a shit about Trump's stolen documents, do you? No, not at all.
Well,
Not at all. So why should I act like this is hypocrisy on the left when you are actively demonstrating your hypocrisy relating to the point that you're making?
okay. I mean, I'm just saying they didn't charge Biden when they could have charged him for the same thing. He still took them, and he knew, and his excuse is, "Oops, I didn't know." Like, come on, dude. I mean, he
Wait,
didn't even
that's
know.
that's not an excuse. That's what the law is. That's what the law is. The law that makes it a felony is the intentional concealment of classified documents. That's what Donald Trump was charged with. That was a necessary criteria that had to be met in
Okay.
order for said
So
felony to
was
be
he convicted?
committed.
Was he convicted then?
No, was he convicted? No, that's the one that got thrown out by the Florida court.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, I'm fine with ignoring it
nothing
because it got
happened.
thrown out. I'm fine with ignoring it because it got thrown out. Now, if your standard for determining is that nothing happened is because it got thrown out, then your standard for determining that something happened is because it didn't get thrown out and he was ruled guilty. So you definitely do believe that he's a 34-count felon rapist, right?
No.
Oh, okay. So then why should I care that that case got thrown out if you don't care that the civil court that determined he raped Eugene Carroll and the criminal court that determined he committed 34 felonies ruled him as guilty?
But what happened in criminal court?
What happened in criminal court? He was found guilty
Yeah,
for 34
because that's the one I'm
felonies.
more, interested in. Because doesn't a
Wait,
criminal court matter a little bit more in a scenario of a felony?
You're
rape?
gonna be more interested in the falsification of business records than rape? I think that you have your priorities out of whack.
Okay, dude. I just don't. I mean, you're a good debater. I give you that. I mean, that you got a good little platform where you're able to go to people that don't debate. I've always slept like 10 hours in 3 days because I've had to do a lot of work, and my son plays baseball, so I've been busy doing that stuff. So my wits are not sharp right now. So
Right.
me being able to pull up policies, stuff like that, yeah, you got those. So I'll give you that. But at the same time, man, I mean, I just think the Democrats are a joke, and it's absolute proven
Why is that?
fact because they lost the election, man. I mean, it's the first time since Ronald Reagan that the popular vote didn't get won by the Democrats. That's kind of insane, man.
Okay.
I mean, that looks like a pretty big red wave that happened in 2024 here, right? Or no?
I don't think that, so. Well, did you become a Republican on November 5th? Is that when you became a Trump
No.
supporter?
No, it was about 2 years into Biden's.
Wait, why? Why would you say that you became MAGA 2 years into Biden's presidency? Because of the argument that you're giving me right now, your position should have been that you thought that Trump, MAGA, and Republicans were a joke since they lost the 2020 election, and
It
people
would be
showed up
easier
and
in a
showed out for
conversation to
Democrats.
explain it than a debate.
No, but
But
like,
yeah,
listen.
no, I mean, I just-
Your standard for saying
one
that
thing after
Trump is
another.
good and that the left is bad is that the left lost the 2024 election. And for that reason, the left is worse than the right. Well, why wasn't your standard in 2022 that the left was better than the right is because the right lost the 2020 election.
Well, I mean, the right did, the left did everything they could. I mean, to possibly, what was it, 89% of all reports on Trump is negative. Like in every way,
Because
they used everything they
because
could to attack him.
95% of the shit he does is negative, and the media has a pro-Trump bias.
That's your opinion,
Ever
man.
heard that before? Ever heard that take before? I don't know, man. Listen, I love the knowledge and the insight that you're giving to me right now because the media reports on the bad things that Donald Trump does because he's such a bad man, and for whatever reason, this convinces millions of Americans.
No, they
therefore,
lie.
Let,
A
let
lot
me
of this stuff is
hear me out.
lies.
Let me cook.
Sure,
And
sure.
therefore,
Go ahead
for
and
whatever
cook.
reason, this has convinced millions of Americans that he's just being attacked by the deep state and he's their victor, truth in Christ, to avenge America and make it great again. What you're telling me is that if I ever want to run for president at any point in my life, All I gotta do is go out and be an absolute deplorable POS, commit all the crimes in the book, become an absolute embarrassment of a man, and then once the media starts justifiably holding me accountable and negatively reporting on all of these bad things that I'm doing, I'll just be able to turn around and build a cult predicated on falsely positioning the media's reporting as just an attack from the deep state. No, man, wake the fuck up. The reason why so much of the media reporting on Trump is negative is because he does a lot of negative things. Like, we didn't see Biden violating the American Constitution unapologetically. We didn't see Biden calling for its termination. We didn't see Biden trying to rig elections. We didn't see Biden getting held liable for rape. We didn't see Biden getting convicted of 34 felonies. We didn't see Biden telling over 30,000 lies. We didn't see Biden advocating for economic reform that would redistribute wealth from the poor to the rich and reduce the after-tax income for 80% of Americans making less than $140,000 per year. We didn't see Biden running military parades like North Korea. We didn't see Biden spending $4 trillion in one policy. In fact, he spent around $4 trillion in 4 years. We didn't see Biden doing any of these negative things that Trump is doing.
Okay. I mean, you are a pretty good talker. I give you that, bud. This is the first time I've ever even heard of you. My daughter wanted me to debate you horribly bad, so I finally just, decided to be a good dad and do it for her. You could be a spin guy, I give you that. I mean, you're really good at that stuff. Or a lawyer, man. You seem like a smart guy. But, I mean, what does they say? If you don't have a heart, then if you have a heart, you vote Democrat. But once you grow a brain, you vote Republican. So I mean, maybe when you get a little bit older and stuff and your nuggets drop there, maybe you'll actually start seeing the world the way it is. But at the end of the day, if you really think Biden was running the country,
leave it on middle and
again, man. All right.
Yes, I am. Leave it on middle-aged white men to talk about my balls.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't want to cut them off. So, I mean, yeah. Maybe one day you'll wake up and, want to cut them off. And they got a spot for you on that with the Democrats.
So leave it on middle-aged Republican men, not only to talk about my balls, but talk about me cutting my balls off. Jesus Christ, you guys are weird as hell.
Mutilating them, yeah, man. Don't y'all love that?
Oh, wait, are you okay with circumcision?
I mean, that's a thing that I guess Jewish do, but I mean, I think that's in the Bible. It's a covenant of God.
So circumcision isn't like specific to Jewish individuals now. I do understand that it's a
That's
Jewish.
probably not, but I'm pretty sure that's where it started. I'm not, integrated in the Bible like that.
Yeah,
but.
like circumcision is a.
So I talk about your balls, but you talk about my penis, huh?
Wait, I'm not talking about. Leave it to middle-aged white men to assume that I'm talking about their pee-pee. Jesus Christ! So you lose a debate?
Wait, You're talking about what else I pee
whoa! So you lose a debate, and then your response is to start talking about cock and balls.
You're the one that talked about a cock, dude.
Hey man, the word pee-pee came out of your mouth, not mine. Stop talking about my private parts. I feel violated.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, man, I don't know what we're talking about here. I mean, I'm not going to run away like all your other people run away. I'm not really scared of you. So I think
I'm gonna run away from you. I'm scared of you, Austin. I'm scared of you. Oh, what the hell? We have a kitty. 1 second, guys. I probably need to open my door and let her out. But look at the kitty. We'll show the kitty before we open the door to let her out. I guess she was able to wiggle her way into my closet in the studio. Oh, she wants to go. She was able to wiggle her way into the closet in the studio before I shut the studio door. Now, let's go ahead and load that next guest up into the box. If you're part of the 16.3 thousand people in here and you support Trump and you'd like to come up and debate, let me know. We're going to go to get that. Got a hair all over my phone now. We're going to go and load that next guest up into the box. And then we'll talk to the next guest. Somebody in the chat said Dean's a bit harsh. Yeah, no, I am. I should be nicer. I get it. What's that, Jay? How old are you?
21.
You MAGA?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for the sake of this argument, I guess so.
All right, well, man, we are not looking to talk to individuals running devil's
So do Jews run the world? Do Jews run the world?
Okay, yeah, we're going to move on to the next guest, everyone. Give us a minute to get that next guest up in the box, y'all. We're going to get Tyler Hinson loaded into the box, everyone. All right, here we go. What is going on, Tyler? Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, man. Take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your lifetime. While you do, I'm going to go open my studio door to let the kitty out. Go ahead.
I personally just think that I don't really like any president. I mean, they all have the human defect to them. Nobody's perfect, so you're gonna find that throughout every presidency. What I do agree with, though, from this side is the fact that he is the president of the United States, and that I think there's better.
All right, see you later. We're going to move on to the next guest. If you try to run the argument that you support Trump merely because he's a president, I'm just going to kick you because you're wasting our time. We're obviously going to be looking to talk to individuals that support Trump because of what he's doing for America or what he's doing with the presidency compared to the fact that he's just merely the president. I hear that maybe like once every week or so. I mean, obviously, I think that most people recognize that's not the purpose or the intention of the live. But we hear it every once in a while, no harm, no foul, bro. You do you. I mean, you should hear me out for what I have to say, but there's no debate there. What's going on, Fat Tony? You MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Became
MAGA 3 years into Biden's run.
Oh, Jesus, man. Well, hey, man, before we hop into a discussion, I got to thank a handful of people here. Omega with the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you. Derek with the $20 over on, PayPal. Derek says, 34-year-old white male, MAGA, your dream demo to embarrass. I'll have to finish reading out that message, but thank you for the $20, Derek. I wonder what he's saying there. Tobias with the 11 saying, Dean, you're such a reasonable and educated guy. I appreciate that, Tobias. As well as Katja, that is Katja with the $10 saying, hello, Dean, greetings from the UK. Greetings to the UK. Thank you for the $11, Katja. As well as Keaton with the $10 on Venmo saying, thank you for fighting the good fight. I appreciate that, Keaton. Shout out to you. Oscar with the 1111. Hi, Dean. What's going on, Oscar? Good to have you in here with us today. And Magali with the $40 over on Venmo. Oh, my God. That is so much money. Jeez. They say, thank you so much for doing what you do. Since discovering you, I was proud to share your knowledge with my sister and educate those who heard false propaganda Trump promotes. Thank you for the love, Magali. That is Magali. I really appreciate you for your kindness and your $40 donation. Please show some love to Magali down below in that comment section. Take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, in all honesty, it's just going to throw this out there. It's because of little faggots like you and Parker.
Holy fuck, Tony. All right,
Yep.
man. Before I kick you, I'm going to ask you to name me one demographic of people in America that you using slurs like the F slur makes you look intelligent to. He ran before I could kick him. He ran before I could kick him. I was going to give him more airtime. I was going to have him tell me one demographic of people in the world that, his little escapade right there made him look intelligent to. And he ran before he could answer. Okay, Tony. Okay, all right, man. See you later. That guy has some anger issues. That guy has some massive, massive anger issues. Kai, I appreciate you for the sub. Yeah, Tony, I know you're still watching. You're a fan and whatnot. I'm better than you in every single way. I never want you to forget that. If I think of a fashion or manner of our entities, our beings that we can compare, I'm better than you in every single way, Tony. And stop using slurs. It makes you look fucking stupid. What's up, Alex? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, so what's up, Dean? I just want to start out by saying I personally support Trump. I'm 16 years old, and I just want to say I have a lot of respect for you. I want to say you're educated.
Alex, man, I had to kick you. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, Alex. You got to be at least 18 to be on TikTok Live, man. I had to kick you. But I appreciate you for coming up and showing some early on respect there. I really appreciate it when guests come up and show respect. It's, sucks that the guy showing respect was 16, so I had to remove him. But I appreciate you for that respect, bro. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, let us know down below in that chat if you are MAGA. I will happily pull you up onto the live to have a conversation with us. Everybody, we're going to get on to that next guest, Alana, with the $5 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for that love. Alana, what is going on?
Dean, I respect you a lot.
Oh,
I was going to say that. I'm underage, but bye.
Gotta kick you too. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. But no, seriously, make sure we're double tapping. Let's try to get up to 4 million likes on the stream, y'all. And Nathaniel, thank you for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Nathaniel W's. Nathaniel says, at the protest today, my county had 400 people show up to the protest that Trump won 75% of. Good shit, Nathaniel. Shout out to Nathaniel. That is awesome. Brendan, what's up? You MAGA?
Yeah, I'm mega. I'm kind of on the fence, man. I
Okay,
need to talk to you though.
your mic is a little bit muffled. If you could find a way to unmuffle that mic, that'd be great. But how old are you?
There you go. I'm 18 years old. Can you hear me?
Yeah, for sure. What year are you born in?
I'm 2006, August 16, 2006. Almost 19.
Okay, all right. So why do you support Trump?
Okay, so financially, I kind of like his things better. I mean, I work a lot, man. Like I'm constantly working. And that no tax on overtime stuff, I know you mentioned earlier, it actually taxes us more and stuff, but it seemed at the time that it was
We're
a nice like
we're not talking
policy.
about November 5th. We're talking about today. So why do you
But
support Trump
anyways,
today?
listen. I mean, I'm on the fence, man.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're on the
do
fence,
like
it
some of
still
his
means that there's going to be
policies.
some reasons that you support him. So what are those reasons?
Again, like the no tax on overtime, that stuff.
Okay, well, I
But
mean, you just gave me like
there's things that
wait, you just acknowledged that you've already heard my response to this. That the BBB in its totality will reduce the after-tax income of everybody making under around $140,000 per year. So that bill wouldn't benefit you.
Okay. All right. Well, can you like can you just like, I want to be like educated in the voting. Like I want to be educated. Like can you like give me some reasons why I should vote, the other sides or something?
Honestly, yeah. So for sure, I'll give you a couple reasons why you should start supporting the left. Now, what I will say is, like the educational value that I believe that my streams serve, or like not just to the people that I debate, but also to like the people that watch. And I feel like where the most value is taken is when you are kind of just like listening to the debates and hearing what I have to say. When we have Trump supporters up here that indicate reasons why they support Trump, and I like tell them why they're wrong or why they should support like liberals, etc. Compared to like kind of coming up here for a conversation about why you should support the left. Now, like, and that's kind of what I'd recommend. It's a good place to start is to kind of start just, hear me out for what I have to say in debates compared to, like maybe me giving you a couple of reasons to sway to the left. But if you are looking for a couple of reasons to sway to the left, man, right now, a big one is the fact that the left seems to stand against everything Trump stands for, maybe outside of support for Israel. And, everything that Trump stands for is bad. So what does that imply? A lot of the things that the left stands for are good. And if you kind of want to know a lot of the bad things that Trump stands for, that's why I'd recommend, kind of listening into to the debates. But I appreciate you, man. And like I said, I really hope that you do end up listening into what I have to say in these conversations. But, man, like education definitely starts with listening. Just listen in for a couple of these conversations. And then the other guest also left. I appreciate that guy for being kind. We're going to get that next guest up here. If you are watching and you would like to come up here and have a conversation with me because you are MAGA from America and at least 18, let me know down below in that comment section. We'll get you pulled up here. So let me know down below right now, everybody. Let me know down below right now, everyone. We're going to try to get that next guest up into the box right now, y'all. Okay, it looks like we got Michael, the 29-year-old father, invited. Brandon, thank you for the galaxy, man. It is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly kind of you. All right, everybody, we're going to try to get that next guest loaded in right now. Let us know if you're MAGA down below, and we'll get you loaded in. Here we go. All right, we got Dave. We got Mr. Dave loading in. What's going on? How old are you, Dave?
I'm 19.
Dave, I'm not going to believe you for a second, man. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. We got Bobby. We got Bobby loading in. Bobby is loaded. Wait, this is not Bobby. This is Allie. Hi, Allie. Are you MAGA?
Hi.
Hi, are you MAGA?
Yes.
Age, please?
18.
Allie, what year are you born in?
2007.
What month?
What?
What month?
6th of January.
Ooh, do you have a driver's license?
No, I didn't get it.
Okay, no worries, because I was going to ask you a question. Do you work a job?
No.
Okay, sorry. Typically when somebody tells me that they're 18, even if they like indicate a correct birth date, but I'm just still getting red flags for whatever reason, like I'll ask them follow-up questions. And because she said that she didn't have a driver's license or have a job, I wouldn't be able to ask her those follow-up questions. So unfortunately, we're just going to move on. What's going on, Dylan? You MAGA?
I am on the fence. I believe in some of the things that Trump does, but not.
How old are you?
I am 19.
What year were you born in?
December 8th, 2005.
December 8th, 2005. Yeah, that make you 19. So what are the reasons that you possess that make you still support Trump?
Okay, one of the reasons is some of his economic policies. I know you've had a few people talk about the overtime and stuff like that, and I have heard you say that would not apply to most people, but that is not what I would like to talk about. I do like the idea that he uses ISI, the import substitution industrialization.
You got a lot of background noise. Are you outside or do you have a fan running?
I do have a fan running. I'll turn it off. Sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, for sure. Take it away.
Okay. Anyways, so as I was saying, I do like the idea of the ISI. I think it will. As of now, I do believe it's not helping the economy for right now, but I do believe it will help in the future to help bring more jobs into America and also help.
Yeah. For those that are watching that don't know what the ISI is, that's just a really complex way to say that he supports Trump's tariffs. So what tariffs does Donald Trump have implemented right now that you support?
It's not necessarily about just like individual tariffs right now that I believe he support or that I support.
So then what are you referencing?
Pushed. I'm just saying for the ISI in general.
What do you think ISI is?
I know what ISI
What is it?
But I'm saying it is the
import substitution industrialization. Okay, and import substitution industrialization is like basically, just it's a category of economic policy that aims to reduce a country's reliance on foreign imports. All right. And of course, like Donald Trump's policy, that the only policy that he's introduced or talked about that would reduce our reliance on foreign imports would be his tariffs. So the reason why I asked you what tariffs does he have implemented that you support when you said that you support his ISI is because that is the only policy that he's introduced that would reduce our reliance on foreign imports.
Yes, and I do believe in like him adding these tariffs.
Okay, which tariffs does he have implemented today that you support?
Okay, before you interrupted me, I was going to say I can't tell you an exact tariff that I do support, but I do support the idea of adding the tariffs.
Okay, so then what economic policy do you like?
As I'm saying, I like the ISI.
Okay, what economic policy is the ISI?
It's the implementing of imports. Like as we said,
implementing of imports.
I mean, that's not like what ISI stands for. We both discussed what.
Could you just name the policy that you like? Like the name of the policy. Like the name of the policy in the bill that passed Congress, or the name of the executive order that implemented the policy and precisely what it did. I'm just asking you, what action did Donald Trump take that you're a fan of?
I can't give you that exact thing. But
then you can't tell me what you support. Because you're telling me that you support his economic plans.
I like the idea of the ISI. I like the idea of him importing.
No. Listen. Imagine that you came up here and you told me that you like the idea of Trump's free market capitalism. Okay? That relates to economic policy in which opens the market in a capitalist society. Now, the obvious follow-up question that I would ask you is, well, what policy of Donald Trump's would be indicative of supporting free market capitalism? Just like I'm now asking you, what policy of Donald Trump's is indicative of him supporting ISI?
Sorry, are you done speaking?
Yeah, I asked a question then.
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt because you tend to like to do that. But
okay, whatever.
I was
my question.
I'm not quite For one, I'm not going to answer the question because you never let me get to the point I was trying to get to.
Okay, see you, Dylan. We're going to move on to the next guest, everybody. What a waste of time. Wow. Okay, all right. We're going to move on to the next guest. Let us know in that chat if you'd like to come up and have a conversation with us, everyone. Also, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 4 million likes. Holy waste of time. Holy waste of time. Holy cow. Holy waste of time. Let's go and get that next guest up in the box as we speak. Y'all. All right. We got Jamaican Giant loading up in, everybody. Let us know if you're MAGA down below in that comment section and you'd like to join. What's up, Jamaican Giant? Are you MAGA?
Hi, Dean.
Hi, do you support Trump?
No, I don't, but I just wanted to say thank you for everything you do. You're amazing.
You're
Sorry.
amazing. You're amazing. Never apologize for being fabulous. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. All right. If you're in the queue, make sure it means you're MAGA. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
Sure do.
Okay, how old are you?
18, just 2007, man.
Really, what month?
March.
In
March 11th.
Okay, so you just turned 18. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
dude.
we could have a conversation. Now, real quick, before we do, Caitlin, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo saying that you're amazing. I appreciate you for the love, Caitlin. Kelsey with $1 and Kofi, that is KOFI, with a $10 over on Venmo saying, hi, Dean, I'm a huge fan of your work and love to watch while I draw. That's awesome, dude. Shout out to you. That's really awesome. I wish I was good at drawing. I really do. As well as Owen with the $10 over on PayPal saying Happy No King's Day. Happy No King's Day, Owen. And then let's see here. Jolene with the $5 on PayPal saying I'm the only liberal in my family. You've given me so much confidence to talk about politics with him. That's awesome, Jolene. And Chelsea with the $2 saying man arrested for driving his SUV through No King's protest in Culper. No one injured. Wasn't there also somebody that was injured by a guy that intentionally drove into another No King's protest in Illinois? I thought I heard about that. But take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump, one of the worst presidents, if not the worst president of your life.
Me? I'm just a fan of his immigration policy and his tariffs on China. I'm all for sticking it to China.
Really? Okay. So, you're just an American last type of guy. Okay, for sure. Let's talk about it. Why do you like his immigration policy?
Because I think people need to stop violating federal law and come in the legal way because it's a real middle finger to all the legal immigrants who are building this country up.
How is it a middle finger to the undocumented to the legal immigrants?
They're cutting in line, man. People wait decades to get their citizenship here,
Well, technically, no, they're not cutting in line because they're not involving themselves with the line whatsoever because they're not using any type of legal means of entry. Now, if what you mean to say here is, well, they're just getting in quicker than the legal immigrants, I agree. Do you think that this would make some legal immigrants feel bad? Sure. But I don't think it's the fault of the undocumented immigrants in and of themselves, because ultimately the only reason why they entered into America with use of the undocumented means was because the legal means were literally so unattainable because they take so damn long, as you just pointed out. And when we ask the question, well, why do the legal means of entry into America take so long? Okay, well, it's not because of the immigrants. It's because our government has neglected the legal means of entry into America since the 90s and used it as a perpetual broken political talking point to get votes every 2 and 4 years. So the only person who's giving the middle finger to the legal immigrants is the American government for that reason.
I mean, that's a fair idea, but you see, okay, look at the LA protests and some riots.
Holy cow!
I know lots of legal immigrants that are so against that. They're your average red, white, and blue-blooded American.
So there's immigrants that are against some of the protests that we've seen in the country. And why does that make you support Donald Trump's immigration policy? I feel like those two events are really unconnected. They just happen to have the same word in them. They're about as unconnected while using the same word as me saying, well, I really like red shoes. And because I like red shoes, I like blue shoes. And because I really like blue shoes, sometimes I like blueberries in my pancakes. You know what I mean? Sure, we're using the same word blue in each sentence, but completely unrelated. And why I'm saying this is because you're using the same word, you're using the word immigrant in both sentences. Some immigrants don't support the protests in America. But why does this imply that you'd support Donald Trump's immigration policy?
first of all, I want to say there's a massive difference from illegal immigrant and legal immigrant, you know?
Okay.
Like Melania Trump is
so what does this tell us about why you support Donald Trump's immigration policy?
because he's one of the only politicians that distinguishes between the two, you know? He's all for legal immigration. Elon Musk, Melania Trump.
Okay, well that's
All those
also
people,
not
you know?
true.
What are you talking about?
Biden deported some undocumented immigrants. That meant that Biden distinguished between undocumented immigrants and non-undocumented immigrants. Obama did the same. So did Bush and Clinton.
I'm sorry, he deported legal or illegal
Undocumented immigrants, which meant that he made a distinction between undocumented immigrants and legal immigrants. Not to mention that under the federal government, undocumented immigrants haven't been able to qualify for the same like legal benefits that legal immigrants get to qualify for like federal Section 8, Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, food stamps, CBT, etc. Okay, like undocumented immigrants have never qualified for those under Biden, Obama, Bush, and Clinton. So I mean, obviously, all past presidents have made that same distinction. So that was a really like terribly false point you just made.
Yeah, but all these immigrants, they don't have, like illegal immigrants, they don't necessarily have to pay taxes, you know? Like
What? Yeah, they do.
where
yes,
I live,
yes, they
there's
do.
lots
Yes,
of,
if they work, they have to pay taxes legally speaking.
well, under the table exists for many illegal immigrants in that.
Okay, wait. Also, some
Well-
citizens also get paid under the table. Does that mean that citizens don't have to pay taxes?
No, yeah, I agree. That's
Yeah,
messed up.
it means that citizens do have to pay taxes, and those that don't pay taxes are breaking the law. Just like if an undocumented immigrant doesn't pay taxes, they're breaking the law. So both citizens and undocumented immigrants pay taxes. In fact, undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion in taxes on the federal, state, and local level every single year. So that point is also false.
Okay, so don't you think that there's a mass amount of exploitation, particularly in California and all the agricultural areas?
Do I think that there's an exploitation of the labor of undocumented immigrants? Absolutely. I think the solution is to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship so they have just as much bargaining power as citizens in the workplace, so they're less likely to get exploited, instead of sending them back to the worst living conditions in which they preferred the exploitation to.
Okay, so if we should provide easier pathway to citizenship, shouldn't we kick out the ones that don't try to adhere to that system?
So if we were to do mass amnesty and individuals didn't adhere to that system, sure.
Okay, that kind of seems like what's going on right now.
No, because we don't have mass amnesty implemented, and we're not deporting individuals who are not accepting mass amnesty. What?
I mean, you can become a citizen, join the military, you can apply for sorts of different programs, you know, find asylum if you're being targeted, you know?
Okay, so there's like very particular ways that you could be an undocumented immigrant and gain a legal, legal means of residency in America, such as asylum. Point number one: this doesn't apply to all undocumented immigrants, so it's not mass amnesty. And point number one is the only point I'm going to give you. I think that what we need is a system of mass amnesty for any and all undocumented immigrants in America that do not have prior violent offenses, that is incredibly quick and incredibly affordable, and that they could go to a local center in whatever town they live in and get it and sign up for it and be a resident or a citizen 2 or 3 months later. Okay, that's what we need. That's what would be good for America. That's what would be good for the immigrants, and it would benefit everybody. See, mass deportation, Donald Trump's plan, literally serves as a detriment to everybody. Can you name one person in this country, one singular person, that mass deportation legitimately helps?
I'd say like Americans, you know, all these people are overloading. Hold up. All these people are overloading our hospitals, schools, especially schools. That's just horrible what's going on, particularly in my area where there's lots of them, you know? And especially it seems like there's loads of violence in all these protests and stuff, particularly by illegal immigrants, you know?
Oh my God.
Hey man, I'm showing you respect. Show me some.
Okay. Undocumented immigrants suck so much that they're overloading the schools because they're just so interested in getting an education to become a part of a highly skilled niche subsection of the American labor force to further our economy and push America to the center of the global stage.
Yeah, but there's just too many of them, you know? Overpopulation is a problem.
Overpopulation is actually not a problem. Right now, our birth rates in America are declining. In fact, they're declining in nearly every single developed countries because the higher the quality of life you experience is, the less likely you are to have children. And then point number two, if overpopulation is a problem, should we limit the birth rate of American citizens?
That's probably a bad idea with some
Right.
of China's policies.
Right.
You know,
right.
I know.
Right. And why is
think
it a
we
bad
need-
idea? And why is it a bad idea?
Yeah, because it screws up your birth rate, you know? I think we need more Americans. We need to fix the economy. And I don't think letting in tens of millions of people is a good idea.
You just lost.
Taking our jobs.
You just lost. You said that we need more Americans to fix the economy. Mass amnesty would give us more Americans to fix the economy. You can't make this shit up.
Yeah, I fully agree. So why don't we only let people that come in legally and not like walk through the desert, you know? Why don't we do it the right way?
Okay, so now you're shifting the argument away from what are the pros of mass deportation to why should not we just not do mass deportation without me giving you any pros? Because when you say why don't they just do it the right way, meaning come in the legal means of entry, you are now asking me to explain to you why one, undocumented immigrants decided to use undocumented means of entry instead of you answering the question that I asked you of what are the pros of mass deportation. So I mean, I'd happily answer your question, but after I happily answer your question, I'm going to ask you to please answer the question that I had originally asked you. So the reason why there's been millions of individuals in which have used undocumented means of entry to come into America is because, as I already pointed out at the beginning of our conversation, the legal means of entry into America are simply unattainable for a lot of immigrants. They take too long and they're too expensive, and that's a fault of our government. But now please answer my question. Tell me how mass deportation helps American citizens, and I want you to be specific. Because when I'm evaluating the reasons that it hurts American citizens, I could be incredibly specific. It hurts American citizens by increasing rates of crime and violent crime. The reason why I'd say that it increased crime rates is because A, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes than citizens, and B, mass deportation would weaken the economy by costing $2 trillion over 10 years and costing our GDP $1.1 through $1.7 trillion per year, according to the Center for American Progress, which would give America a weaker, less productive economy. This is very obvious because A, undocumented immigrants are more likely to participate in the labor force as more of them are of working age. So if we were to remove all 8.3 million undocumented laborers in our labor force, all of a sudden our producers have a lower productive capacity because they have less employees to make the goods that the consumers buy. And then on the consumer side, the demand side, well, then we just have less consumers that are spending less money and paying less in taxes. So when the economy is weaker, we're going to have higher levels of poverty. And because a lot of crime is consequential of poverty, we're also going to have higher levels of crime. So I was just able to demonstrate to you how mass deportation is an utter fucking fiasco for America and American citizens. So just name one incredibly specific way that it helps America. Like I was just able to name like 10 incredibly specific ways how it hurts America.
Okay, just really quick. Would you support just opening the floodgates, letting anyone and everyone in?
Okay, so
because
now,
like
this is your
it
second
seems like
time.
the more people, the better.
This is now the second time you've moved away from the question that I've asked you. The first time you moved away and asked me a question, pivoting, I gave you respect and I answered it. But then I asked you to answer my question. But now you're doing it for a second time, and that's where I'm going to draw the line. I'm not going to allow you to ask me a question. I'm going to have you answer mine.
All right, I got it. Ask that question again. My bad.
Well, okay, out of curiosity, why were you not listening the first time?
Because I was just trying to focus on everything that you just said and respond to it.
Okay, well, the question is, can you name one incredibly specific way that mass deportation helps American citizens? Keeping in mind that I just named around 10 to 15 incredibly specific ways that mass deportation hurts American citizens.
I'm not trying to run around in circles, but like as I said, overloading the schools, hospitals, infrastructure. You know?
Okay.
If you have too many people,
I need you to be more specific. So, how have they overridden American infrastructure? What have the empirical outcomes of this been? Can you please describe the inefficiencies with detail? Because as far as I'm concerned, just saying that they've overridden these things is purely rhetoric. It's purely rhetorical, unless you could actually demonstrate that there's validity to the point that you're making by providing specifics.
Man,
right?
I've experienced that personally.
Anybody could say that undocumented immigrants are overriding American infrastructure. Okay, but what does that actually mean?
Okay, like hospitals. I had to wait in line like several hours to fix a broken bone, you know?
Okay.
Because there's just so many people, and I could tell that like lots were undocumented, as
Okay,
you say. You know?
how could you tell that?
I don't know. They didn't speak English. Like that's not even.
Okay,
I'm not.
so
That's.
I have a question.
Not particular.
Is a requirement for citizenship speaking English all the time?
I mean, don't you think that's a good idea for America? You know, so we all
no,
speak the language.
I don't think that's a good idea, but that's not what I asked you. I asked you if a requirement for being a citizen is speaking English all the time.
No.
Okay, so then
But
how would you know because some people
it's a
didn't
good
speak English
determinator.
that they weren't citizens?
I mean, that's often a good way of figuring it out. You know.
Okay,
I
how
have
would you say
I have
that?
friends that are. Huh?
Wait, if you're just saying that it's often a good way to figure it out, because it is the case that there's many people that live outside of America that don't speak English, would you say that if you look at somebody and you determine that they're Mexican, that that's a good way of knowing that they're undocumented?
No.
Okay, would you like say if there is somebody that does look at somebody that's Mexican and assume that they're an undocumented immigrant, that they're being racist as fuck?
It's not about like I could see a French person only speaking French.
Can you please answer my question?
You're asking if it's racist to
If
assume someone's illegal based off their ethnicity?
Yeah. Is it racist to assume that somebody's illegal based upon their ethnicity?
No.
Okay, so
Or wait.
no. My answer would be yes.
Sorry.
Is it racist to assume that somebody's an undocumented immigrant based upon their ethnicity?
Well, no, because many illegal immigrants tend to be of Latin American descent.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Holy
How is
shit.
that wrong, dude?
Okay.
The vast majority.
So remember when, do you know how like white people will say that because black individuals are more likely to commit crimes in America than white individuals, that if they see a black person, they could assume they're a criminal? Is that racist? Or because remember, T-Money, in accordance with your logic, that wouldn't be racist since black individuals are more likely to commit crimes in America than white individuals.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, sorry. It's been weird. Well, that is the statistics, sorry.
So would you say
But
that it's racist
it would be
for a
racist
white...
to assume that.
Okay, it would be racist to assume that. So although it might be more likely that somebody is Mexican in Mexico, all right, if you see a Mexican in America, it is also racist to look at them and assume that they're an undocumented immigrant from Mexico.
Well, I'd say the chances are higher that they.
Why are you trying to
be
defend this point? Like, you understand that, like, this messaging...
How is it, like, I know it's a sad fact,
you understand
you know?
that this messaging is the shit that's going to ensure that the right never wins, like, an election again? And, like, I want you to know, like, you know, like, today, you know, this shit pisses me off. Today, when I was at the No Kings protest, I met up with my friends, Jason and Jason's sister. Jason and Jason's sister are Mexican. And you know what they told me is that they were protesting in a truck full of Trump supporters drove by, got out. They walked up to Jason and Jason's sister. They looked at them and they called them illegals and they told them to go back to their country because they were Mexican. All right. And another story. My grandma's best friend is also Mexican. And around a month ago, she went to the elementary school for her grandson to pick her up, and some teenage boys in the area walked up to her, cussed her out, and told her to go back to her country because she's an illegal, because she's Mexican. Okay? Now, I just want to make it clear, is what happened to Jason and Jason's sister today, and my grandma's best friend a month ago, it was what happened to them racist. Because under everything that you've described so far, that wouldn't have been racist. So I've tried to describe to you why it is racist, and you're unrelenting. Now, I just want you to be incredibly clear here, now that we could humanize, right, these theoretical things that could happen into situations where they do happen. Is what happened to Jason's sister, and my grandma's best friend a month ago racist?
Yeah, I'd have to say so.
Okay, thank you for conceding, man. I really appreciate that. Now I don't
Looks like
understand.
the neural pathways are forming.
I don't understand why you've been defending the idea that that's not racist for the last like 30 minutes. Like I don't understand why you've been defending that proposition. Am I happy that like you're now admitting that that actually is racist? Sure, I'm very happy that you're finally admitting that that is racist. But like, oh man, I just don't get it why you've been defending otherwise for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, but like at the end of the day, statistics say if you have like one American and of, I don't know, Asian descent, you know, and another person of Latin descent, statistically, the person of Latin descent is more likely to be undocumented, you know?
Okay.
Can't you see that?
Yeah, we are okay. Dude, okay, we are finally gonna make this make sense in a way that you as a man might be able to understand. What percentage of violent crimes are committed by men?
Probably like 70%.
92. It's
So we kick all the men
statistically
out?
speaking more likely that a man has committed a violent crime compared to women than it is that a Mexican individual in America is a non-citizen, undocumented immigrant compared to citizen or resident. So would you say, in accordance with your logic, that you could look at a man, somebody could look at you and just assume that you're a violent criminal, assume that you're a murderer, assume that you're a rapist?
I think going straight to conclusions is too much, but at the end of the day,
That's
like,
exactly
it
what
makes
you've been
sense
advocating
to say that.
for the very last 30 minutes. Now it makes sense when I frame it in a way in which you would understand because it is now impacting you as a man.
Who's more likely to hit me over the head with a bottle? Some woman or a man, you know? Like,
a man.
I understand not all men are violent and all that. Not all illegal immigrants, or I mean, not all Latin Americans.
Right, but remember, using
illegal,
your
you know?
logic, we can now look at any man in this country and assume they're a rapist. We can now look at any man in this country and assume they're a kidnapping murderer.
I mean, it's not all black and white, you know? There's always...
So now it's not all black and white. Now your logic doesn't make sense.
course
Now
not,
it's
man.
wrong and you want to
What?
throw it out the
No.
window. Now it's completely unjustified to
man.
jump to conclusions. Now it's prejudice. Now it's anti-man. Now it's an attack on men in society. Now it's the revolution of feminism, which is a disjointed, hypocritical theory, which is just used to attack, belittle, and demean men. And men are mistreated, and men have it hard, and men are oppressed. Men this, men. Now you understand it, right? Now you get it.
I mean, all that was technically true, I guess.
Right. All because I pointed out the fact that men commit 92% of violent crimes, and it is World War III the moment I assume any man is a criminal because of that fact. But because you think that it's more likely if there is a Mexican individual in this country that they're an undocumented immigrant compared to a white person, you get to justifiably assume they're an undocumented immigrant all day long.
Yeah, but the population of men, I bet like 1% of them is that, like, are violent, you know? And 92% of all violent people are men, you know? So it doesn't mean all men are violent, you know? But that they're more likely to be than other kinds of people, you know? I'm not saying all Latin Americans are illegal immigrants, but if you look at a Latin American, they are statistically more likely to be undocumented. Therefore, that's why they're being more targeted, you could say. I think it's wrong to the way they're doing it, but you know, gotta follow the laws, right?
Why, okay, so A, what I'm saying is going in one ear and out the other, and then B, like, you're contradicting yourself as you speak. You said, well, men are statistically more likely to commit violent crimes compared to non-men, but you can't assume that just because they're a man, they're a violent offender. But then you said in the very same breath, that because a Mexican is statistically more likely to be an undocumented immigrant compared to a white American, that you can assume that they're an undocumented immigrant. Literally make it make sense.
No, I said it's more likely to be. You can't just automatically assume that. I think the majority of Latin Americans in this country are citizens.
Okay, well, earlier you were automatically assuming it as it related to the language in which the individual spoke in the hospital. And that's what this conversation is all consequential of. So thank you for saying that you're wrong.
Yeah, I think we both made some good points. It's nice for each side to get out of the echo chamber, you know.
Really, name one point.
So,
Could you just real quick? Can you name one good point you made?
Illegal immigrants tend to use more hospital resources, slowing down response times.
Okay.
Because they're not even supposed to be here.
Undocumented immigrants use more hospital resources than citizens. What's your reason to find this to be the case?
Sorry, what?
What's your evidence to find this to be the case?
Personal experience, family.
Okay. So one personal.
I could find some
now you're contradicting yourself. Now, because we just agreed that earlier when you tried to say that individuals at the hospital, just because they weren't speaking English, they're undocumented immigrants, that was false, that was unfair, that was an assumption that you cannot make. But now you're relying on that personal experience in order to justify the claim in which you think is valid.
I'm not, dude. You're like switching my words up.
No, that's a personal experience that you referred to earlier when I asked you the same question.
Yeah, I know, but you're changing how I said it, you know? Like, just because they speak Spanish doesn't mean they're illegal. The chance increases more likely if it's spoken in public, you know? That's just basic statistics, but I understand what you're trying to say, you know?
But we've already gone over this. We went over this for the last 30 minutes, you pill brain. Like, what the fuck do you think the whole conversation was about the idea of you see a man in public compared to a woman in public, they're more likely to be a violent offender? What? What the fucky, bro? I thought that we just spent like 30 minutes going over this. Lord, save this country. Save this country. Holy shit. Holy crap. Moving on. Get that shit out of my face. Moving on. Oh, I can't do it. Circles, chat. Can we get some circle emojis down below in that chat for that circular ass argument? Oh my god. Shelly, thank you for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Oh my god, Shelly. Let's get 1,000 Shelly W's accompanied with a circle emojis down below. Dude, that is so incredibly kind of you. Seriously, Shelly, thank you so much. Shelly says, you give me hope for the next generation. Keep educating the ignorant and entertaining the rest of us. Thank you. Shelly, I love you. That is so freaking incredibly kind of you. Seriously. Show some love to Shelly down below in the comment section. Literally right the hell now. As well as Michelle with a 5 over on Venmo, Lexi with a 5 over on Venmo, and Jessica with a 5 over on Venmo. And then Jose, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, saying thank you all for all that you do. Jose, thank you so much for the $10, man. Let's also see Derek with a $10 saying debate people that know how to debate. Stop running from me. Derek, who the fuck are you? Guys, does anybody know who Derek is? Victoria with a 10 saying thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate you for the love, Victoria. Then Eviana, this was 16 minutes ago, but thank you for the $25 donation on PayPal, saying thank you for educating me. I really appreciate you for the kindness and for the $25 donation. That is incredibly kind of you. Incredibly kind of you. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Once again, if you're watching and you're like, hey, this Dean guy's cool and I want to support him, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. You'll get a notification at the top of my phone screen. I'll be able to give you a shout out and even read an attached message. I really appreciate everyone for the love. You guys are awesome. What's up, Silver Gene? Are you MAGA?
Shoot, bro, I'm not. I just had a question for you because I was at a protest today. It's okay if you kick me after I ask my question.
Yeah, ask it real quick. While I'm working on getting the MAGA guest up here.
That's okay. I got compared to the mustache, big bad mustache man because I have a dog.
Yeah, man, I'm not going to be able to help you with that one. Actually, yes, I can help you with that one. It's crazy that I can help you with that one. You wouldn't believe it, but I actually can help you with that one. That was coming from Charlie Kirk. Somebody was talking to Charlie Kirk about how Donald Trump is a fascist. Charlie Kirk strawman their position into them saying that Donald Trump is a fascist because they had some commonalities with other fascist leaders, such as supporting the military. And then he said, do you have a dog? And they were like, yes. And then he said, oh, so you're Hitler because Hitler also had a dog? Bam! You probably had some really disjointed Trump supporter trying to repeat what Charlie Kirk had said to that student to you. Funny, that is crazy that I actually could help you out with that. Wow. We're going to move on to the next guest at this point, everybody. I'm actually going to say I am proud of myself for being able to help that person with a question that they asked. Incredible. Nikki, thank you for the $20 donation over on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Nikki. That is incredibly kind of you. That is NIKKI with the $20 saying thank you for teaching me so I could beat my MAGA husband in arguments. Dude, Nikki, you got to get him over to the right side of history, man. Good luck, and thank you for the $20 donation. Shout out to Nikki in that chat. And Lion with the $10 saying keep trying to educate the brain dead MAGAs. I appreciate you for the $10, Lion and Nikki with the Tony. Shout out to them down below. What's up, Nicole? You support Trump?
I do.
Oh,
I do.
Nicole, no.
Tell
me that you're lying right now.
I have something to say. It's very important.
Say, Dean, I'm pulling your chain.
You got to listen very closely, okay?
Oh, dear God.
Are you ready?
Yeah, what do you want?
Is the chat ready?
Just tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah, Nicole, we're ready.
My name's Gina.
Okay, what's your
But
name?
that doesn't matter. Gina.
Gina. Okay, Gina, why do you support Trump?
Okay.
Arrest the president. You got the evidence. That nigga is Russian intelligence.
Okay, I mean, I'm glad that you're not MAGA, but that was kind of... You know what? You know what? We're going to move on. What's up, Cars? You MAGA, you support Trump? Cars isn't even here. Goodbye, Cars. Moving on to the... What the hell? Who's in the queue? Who's in the queue, everybody?
Oh, hello?
Oh, that's not who I meant to bring up. Sorry. Moving on to the next guest, everybody. We are truly just looking for like one Trump supporter. Very difficult to find today. I'm not going to lie. This is who's in the queue. What's up, Parker?
Hello.
What's up,
How's
man?
everyone doing? My nose is red like usual.
Dude, you should see the backup.
Because I went outside today. I touched grass. That's what I did.
Hey, buddy.
It's brutal.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, Dean, did you actually get burnt? I saw that.
Hey, buddy. Nick Fuentes owns you. Nick literally owns you, and he owned you back.
If you like him, you're insane. He's literally a racist.
Okay,
Nick Fuentes?
Honestly, you know what you should do?
And he's based as fuck also. I mean, he talks about Jewish supremacy. You guys never talk about it, like, never.
So do you agree with white supremacy?
I mean, what you would describe by white supremacy.
That's what Nick Fuentes says.
Asking what would you describe by that question is like a crazy like response to what Dean just
Well,
said.
it's actually not.
So Nick Fuentes...
Why can't you just say no?
So Nick Fuentes is a self-described white supremacist, and you think he's based?
Yes.
Okay, I have a question. Are you white?
Yes.
Okay. So why would you support this shit? Like, you understand that this is like an absolutely deplorable position that like doesn't help you. Like, I understand that you're telling us that you're... Okay, tell us, why do you support white supremacy?
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm just seriously lost for words. I'm just lost for fucking words.
You have any better one? Any better ideology to follow?
Not being a white supremacist.
Yeah, better ideology to follow is to send that guy to the gulag. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest.
What is going on with your box today, Dean?
I don't know. Jeremiah, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yesterday was wild for me. I had wild guests yesterday.
Can you hear me?
People in my Discord are asking me if it was inappropriate for me to ask the guest if he was white. His profile picture, which typically resembles the individual of the account, was a non-white man. That is why I asked if he was white, and I don't think it was inappropriate for that reason. What is going on, Jeremiah? Do you support Trump? Okay, goodbye, Jeremiah.
All right. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
What's up, Brooke? You support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, Brooke. Why?
Hello, Brooke?
Parker, it's so bad in here today, man. You know, we've slimmed down from close to 20K viewers to 12 just because every single guest who we've had for like the last 45 minutes just hasn't debated us.
You know what? We got you. Everyone tap the screen, share the live. We're gonna get this shit going. Brooke, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Also, Discord, I did not fall out of a coconut tree. What's up, Brooke? So why do you support Trump? Okay, Brooke, you can't keep leaving the app. The only way I could hear you is if you could see us. There you go. Brooke, don't leave. Don't go anywhere. We could hear you. Why do you support Trump? Oh, you're about a billion. You're about a billion years away from the microphone.
She's a light year away from the fucking microphone.
Yeah, you're about a billion years away from the microphone. Come a whole lot closer, Brooke. Maybe turn off your Bluetooth devices and speak into the bottom of your phone. General tech troubleshooting. I gotcha. Yeah, that's just simply not going to work. That's just simply not going to work. Brooke, I really wanted to chat with you too. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. Moving on to the next guest. What Butter? Thank you for the $20 super chat on YouTube. Said, I'm a Latino who experiences racism. I commend you on how well you handle the disrespectful individuals. You have an exceptional brain. What Butter? I really appreciate that. And I'm so sorry about the racism that you've experienced, man. But seriously, thank you for the $20 donation. As well as Phoenix with the $20 as well. That is PHENIX. St. Iding, just wanted to personally thank you for what you're doing. It's genuinely such a good thing. I love listening to your debates. Phoenix, thank you. Shout out to Phoenix and Wet Butter. What's up, Jacob? You MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Holy cringe. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Cool. What year and month were you born in?
I was October 2000.
What year?
7.
Okay, so do you typically forget like the year that you were born in?
And wait, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Actually, because you answered Parker's question correctly, I'm inclined to believe you. So wait, actually no, he would have turned.
If he was 2000. No, if he was 2007, he wasn't 18 before the election.
Oh, and he would have been 17 now. Sorry, I'm terrible at math. Moving on.
You're good.
Oh my God, yo, John! Thank you for the $75 donation over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, John. John says.
Well, you gotta give them good reviews. Period.
Sorry, John. John, give me a minute.
He still is 17. I didn't even think of it that way.
Hey, Team Trump.
You ordered it from the right person.
Hey, Team Trump, you're on the live. You're tuned in. Team Trump, you're tuned in.
Wouldn't have been that easy.
Team Trump, you're on the live. Hello?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay, what the fuck is going on with the queue? What about you, Jace? Are you here? Great, none of them were here. I'm going to go back to thanking John. Okay, I'm so sorry that got rudely interrupted. Thank you, John. Seriously, thank you so much for the $75 donation. Let's get at least 1,000 John W's down below. Then also Sonny and James, both with the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you guys. And then Derek with the $10. Thank you so much, Derek, Sonny, and James. Hello, hello, hello. Ilion and Cross, are you guys Trump supporters?
Oh no, sorry, I'm not. I just wanted to say support from the UK fully, but also
hell yeah.
Appreciate you.
What's up, Cross? What about you? Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
18.
All right, please turn that TV off in the background.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, you made that up on the spot. You made that up on the spot. Nikki, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, saying thank you for teaching me. Oh, I already read that off. Rashad, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Daniel with a 5 and Mariva with a 5. I appreciate you guys so much. Jimmy.
That's actually a troll. That's actually a troll.
Jimmy's not a troll.
Yeah, Jimmy's a troll.
No, he's not.
Are you serious? Yeah. I swear Jimmy's a troll.
No, he's not.
I'm sorry. I genuinely thought it was a troll.
No, I've talked to him.
I swear I remember Jimmy being a troll.
No, Jimmy's not a troll. Jimmy's not a troll. Nope. He is a very serious Trump supporter.
Oh, okay. Wait, I was thinking of someone else, I guess. I invited him back, so.
Okay, Jimmy, welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
Now, before we continue,
Go ahead.
I kicked you out of my live stream. Okay, got to go into a different room or turn off the TV. I'm going to mute you while I'm speaking. I kicked you out of my live stream last time you were on here for referring to me as quote unquote massa. Okay? And I only brought you back up again because I saw you in the queue. I saw you in the chat. I just wanted to repeat. You're fucking insane. That was nuts. That was like
Dean,
completely nuts.
Dean, absolutely, Dean. I sent you $10 and an apology on your PayPal. It's under James, but I apologize and I've been apologizing. I was a little theatrical. I was a little hyped up, and I was wrong for that. And I am sorry. I really am, because you was the times that you had me up here, you were respectable, and I was just over the top with my theatrics, and I'm apologizing to you now.
Okay, and you could recognize that was wrong.
100%, and from now on, even if I get a little animated, it won't be nothing near that. And the way I addressed you, I was wrong.
Okay, all right. Because you're able to make that recognition, you're able to recognize that it is wrong. Okay, and I don't think I need an apology. I mean, it's just more so like you shouldn't use that. You shouldn't act like that. I'll let you stay up here for a conversation with me about why you support Trump, but like, it's walking on thin ice, man.
Yeah, it was a little over the top. I recognize that. Yeah, I was. I don't know what else to say at this point in time about that incident, but I could reassure you that that would not be reciprocated in that form or fashion.
Yeah, just walking on like very, very thin ice. Very fucking thin ice. So I'll allow you to give us a reason why you support Trump, Jimmy. But like, seriously, man, fucking out.
Yeah.
Fucking out. Like, I mean, I'm even like recontemplating if I even like want to have you up on the live. But
Absolutely. You know what? You left
there's
me up.
there's about a billion other Trump supporters I could pick from.
Absolutely. So at this point, I just wanted to come up to apologize. I'm gonna exit out, and then maybe I'll come back in another couple of days when you know that I'm coming back serious, because I've been in the queue for almost an hour and I got to go to work now. But listen, I was wrong, and I'm not gonna say I was starstruck, but I really wanted to debate you, and I was really informed the second time. I had some really good information and some good debates on my end for what you talk about. But I can't right now. But again, did you get the money I sent you on PayPal? I explained too, an apology. Okay. It's under James though, not Jimmy.
I'll look for that from James. But yeah, man, I guess I appreciate you for coming up here and recognizing that it's wrong.
No, but
go to work. Have a.
It won't happen again. You got my word. It's gonna be something. When we debate, it'll be like this. But Dean and Parker, I'm coming at you with facts. I'm gonna have facts. I did my due diligence, and I got facts.
Right.
Because I will say this, but before I leave, I truly believe you and Parker are really intellectual.
Sorry, Jimmy, I kicked you. I kicked you because I want debates. But I appreciate you for coming up here and recognizing that you're wrong. And I hope my kick while you're in the middle of your sentence isn't like negative reinforcement there.
Man, I bet like one.
But you know, just looking for a debate. Sorry, Jimmy. All right, Sammy, what's up, you MAGA?
No, I'm sorry. I know you get annoyed when people don't want to debate, but
Yeah, bye, Sammy. Let's go and try to get a Trump supporter. Guys, we haven't had a Trump supporter on the live in like 40 minutes. I'm going to start pretty quickly cycling through anybody that's not here to debate. That's why I kicked Jimmy pretty quick once he said he wasn't here to debate. That's why I kicked that last guest immediately. All right. Yo, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
You know it.
Okay, how do you?
46.
46, Teen Trump, 45 through 47. You are like so fucking cringe. Holy cringe. I'm like literally cringing so hard. Save me, Lord.
So what do you think about Trump's post about Joe Biden being unalive?
Yeah, killed and replaced with a robotic clone.
What do you think about that?
Crazier than your profile.
Wait, do you think that's real? Do you think he actually was replaced with a robotic clone?
Do you think it couldn't have happened?
Actually,
I don't think
I
it
will
did happen.
finally say this. I don't think it could have happened. Actually, yeah, man. I don't think it could have happened. You got me.
Huh. Very interesting.
Very interesting.
So
Wow.
you think all these other things
Water's wet.
are so outlandish?
It's very interesting. Very interesting. The
But you
Earth
don't
is
think that-
round. Very interesting. Squares have
The sun
four
rises
sides
in the morning
and sets in the night. Oh, Parker. Very fucking interesting, brother. Very interesting.
So what do you think about what happened in Minnesota or Seattle, wherever, with those
Minnesota.
Congress people.
Very
Not-
bad.
not allowed.
Very bad. Political violence is bad.
So do you think that dude really did it? That they're trying to say who did it?
I don't even know who they're trying to say that did. I've been protesting all day, and then when I got done protesting, I went live. So I don't know the.
Oh, I saw you too when you went up and interviewed that older gentleman. Do
Yeah.
you know how to interview people and debate them? Because
yeah,
Why do you not like?
that dude?
I'm
you
unironically
damn near
like
did.
I'm
You damn near did elder abuse. You know that, right?
I did elder abuse.
Do you know what elder abuse is?
Abusing the elderly.
Yeah, and do you know how you could be abusing?
Yes, explain to me how Dean has committed elder abuse.
Maybe it'd be like valuable for everybody to watch the video.
I did watch the video. That's why I'm saying.
So maybe like for everybody in here though. It'd
But
be
when
like-
he said he
how
didn't
about
want
this?
to talk to you, and you kept
How
bothering
about this?
him
I'll-
over and over and
Wait,
over.
how about this? I'm gonna pull up the video on the stream right now. So because I happen to have it on my computer because I edited it.
Awesome.
I edited it on my computer. So for everybody watching, we're gonna go ahead and just roll the video that he's referencing, and then we're gonna hear him out for what he has to say. Here we go. Add source. Do you mind if we have a conversation, sir? Well, I'd like to talk to you about why you support Trump. So I have a question. Your sign says no.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the fact that in 2005, Donald Trump boasted about walking into the changing rooms of underage teenagers on the Howard Stern show?
You're cute.
I mean, can you give me a response?
You're an idiot.
For asking you a fair question, sir? How does that make me an idiot?
Yeah. Trump is the not the Democrats.
He doesn't believe me, so I'd like to play the clip.
You're an idiot.
Well, let's play the clip together. Is that okay?
Get that out of my face.
Oh, don't you hit me, old man.
Don't you get that
Don't
in my
get close
face
to me.
again.
Back off, big boy. Once again, your sign did say no. I'm going to play this clip for you of Trump.
You want.
I mean, let's take a listen.
AI, maybe?
This came out in 2005 before AI existed.
Sure.
Why, do you want to, you could see when the video was posted right there.
Don't press in like that, right there. Don't
touch my mic.
Don't press in.
Don't touch my mic.
Don't press in.
Don't touch my mic.
Back off.
Back off. Don't touch my mic, sir.
Leave some space. Back off.
Okay, so you don't want to talk to me?
Back off. Back off.
Okay,
You stay
I'll back up
away.
a foot, but let's have a good
Stay away.
conversation.
Don't stick that thing in my face.
Okay, so you don't want to talk.
No, not to you.
So I have a question. If you're not here to have civil discourse with people that disagree with you, then why are you here?
Let's talk to you.
Okay, so you want to talk to other people, but not me?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that's something that we see in
As
a lot
he's
of Trump
talking to you.
supporters is maybe something that we see in you, right? Because your sign says no. You've set a red line. You're telling us that you don't like people that children.
Yeah,
but then the moment I give you damning evidence that that's something that Donald Trump has done, such as a video clip of him admitting to on underage, he admitted to on underage teenagers in their dressing rooms, and you won't even hear the clip. You're calling it AI, even though it came out in 2005.
Let's take it down a notch, people, and I'll tell you why, Dean. Take it down a notch. Although
Back off.
down a notch.
I'll take it down a notch with the logic.
Okay,
I better.
Yeah,
So-
that is elder
so
abuse.
that-
If I've ever seen it,
So that wasn't elder abuse.
How
That
many
was
times did
that
he
was
say he didn't
cinema.
wanna talk to you?
That was cinema.
How many
that was
times did he say
fucking
he didn't wanna talk to
cinema.
you?
He said it one time towards the end of the conversation, and
No,
then
he
the
said it 3
conversation was
times.
over about. And then he said they didn't want to talk. Then he did
He
want to
played
talk
the
again.
clip over again so we could watch it, Dean. He
God,
said it
it's-
3 times.
It's 2 minutes long. Okay.
that
I'm
was
not-
yeah. You know what, Dina?
When
I'm
he-
convinced that was totally elder abuse.
Okay.
That was totally.
Okay.
Okay, so you
Okay,
could have
can I
confronted
talk?
somebody that didn't mind debating you, but he didn't want to.
Back off, big boy.
Okay, so
Is that what you
actually,
called him?
did you know that he?
Or what was it?
So, fun fact: you're trying to say that I did that I abused him. Unironically, he committed misdemeanor harassment against me in accordance with my local legislation, and he currently has an open warrant for his arrest.
So you
Yeah,
snitched on
I
the
was
old
petty.
man.
I
What
was
if- what if
petty.
that was your
I did it.
grandpa?
I did it. I did
What
it.
if that was your grandpa and the
I
Trump supporter did that to them?
listen. So listen, because
Dean,
so this
you're-
guy.
you don't even represent men good. You
Okay,
do
yeah.
represent the trans community great though, but not men, not real fucking men.
Wait, can you tell us how like Dean doesn't specifically represent men correctly?
Can you tell me how I
Because you
represent the
just told
trans
an old
community?
man because you put him in the position to do what he did. You're a bitch.
Oh my God!
What is this
Oh
guy
my
saying,
God.
bro? Are you sentient? Hello?
You're
Holy-
a straight
what the
pussy
fuck?
ass bitch for doing that.
Yo,
shit.
Eladia, thank you for the $50 over on
insane.
YouTube Super
Yeah, you
Chat. chat.
get
I
gifted
appreciate
by
you for the love,
you get
Alania. Can we
gifted
get
from people.
500 Alania W's down below in that comment section right now? Let's get 500 Alania W's for the $50 super chat. I really
Yeah,
appreciate
I'm
you for
so
the
happy
love.
somebody gifted me $50.
And Michael
I
with
get
the
so
$33 on PayPal.
yeah,
And for
another
those that
33.
come
Oh my
after, I
God.
appreciate you for the $33, Michael. Let's go.
That's the only reason you do this shit, Dean. Is to
Melissa,
milk
thank you
your
for the
fuck-
$10. Thank
is
you
to
so much,
milk your
Melissa. Thank you. I
fans
really appreciate
to
it.
get
Thank you. As
money.
well as Sen. Thank you for the $10
You
on
know that's
PayPal.
the
Thank
only
you.
reason you do this, Dean, because you don't give a fuck about politics. You give a fuck about the money.
Okay, if I
You're
didn't
bitch.
if I didn't give a fuck about the politics, then why would I start doing it in the first place? You think
I just told you. You
you
saw how much money was involved in this shit, sucker.
Hey, guess how much money was involved in political debates on TikTok when I started streaming? None.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happens when you just start. How long did it take you to start making 4 to 5 figures?
4 to 5 figures?
How long?
Maybe like a month after.
2 weeks.
I blew up pretty
2 weeks
quick.
to a month.
I
It
had
took
like
me years. It took
I
me years.
had like an exceptional. I had an exceptionally quick blow up.
Yeah, so you know why you do it. And then these people shouldn't even have put you on their podcast.
Thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying that I'm amazing. And Owen, thank you for the $5 on PayPal for the gift. I appreciate that. Sir, okay, so I'm just going to be real. Have you ever heard of the word cope before? C-O-P-E. Well, guess what, sir? You're fucking coping. The reason why I say that is because you know I'm right. You know you can't defeat my points with reason, fact, and logic. And it pisses you off so much. So then you just have to assume that deep down I agree with you. You just have to assume deep down that I agree with you.
You bullied in a video.
Wait, what do you mean? He's the one that broke the law when he pushed me,
He
took my
pushed
mic
the
out of
mic
my
out of the way.
Yes, that is
pushed
misdemeanor harassment,
Put that
unironically.
video back on. You pushed him, fucker.
Oh,
Go
really?
put that video back on.
Are you really trying to defend this?
And show you push him away and
No
then
way.
try to talk to him and ask him questions even more.
Okay, so then how come after the cops watched the footage, he's the one with a warrant out for his arrest?
Because the cop that watched the video is a bitch too.
What? Dude,
What?
you don't back the blue?
You didn't know that cops are bitches? There's
Yo,
bitches that are cops too?
Yo, you don't back the blue?
Yeah, dude. What
Yo,
happened to
yeah.
There's some good cops and there's some bad cops.
You don't stand for law and order?
Now he understands that. Now he understands that.
All it took was some old dude fucking harassing me, and we finally won the culture war as it relates to the efficacy of the cops.
Who walked up to who, Dean? Who wouldn't leave?
Actually, who walked up
and
to...
you got a bitch-ass cop that said that he was the one harassing you. You're fake, bro.
They watched the video. They came to that conclusion. Okay, can I tell you? Let me tell you the reason why.
Too. I told you.
Okay,
the cop is a bitch, just like you're a bitch.
I'm going to tell you... Okay, come on.
And
calm
Parker,
down.
too.
Okay. Everybody's a bitch. Calm the fuck down. Listen to what I have to say real quick.
Yeah.
So the reason why Okay, I'll be honest. Is that your brother?
Is who my brother?
The guy in that clip.
Fuck no. I don't even know the dude.
He's your younger brother?
Yeah. I'm 46, but he's my younger brother.
46 backwards. Anyways, listen, I'm going to go ahead and finish what
Come
I
on,
was saying.
bro. How old are you?
20.
You act so childish, the way you get so excited for your donations, the way you respond.
Wait. You want to be excited that people gave you money?
Dean, stop getting excited.
Wait. You
Stop.
want
No, the way
You wouldn't be excited if people gave you money?
I'm not going to do jumping jacks and do cheerleading pom-poms for it.
Oh, I'm going to start doing that now just because it's what you just said. I'm going to start doing that.
Go do some jumping jacks right now, Dean.
Well, I'm not going to.
Dean doing jumping jacks on live right now.
I'm not going to do them. I was thinking more like cheerleader pom-poms, okay? Like, I don't know. Jumping jacks is a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think you should pull out some cheerleader pom-poms. That would fit you.
Oh my goodness gracious! Amber! With a $25 donation on PayPal for the elder abuse. Give me an E! Ah! Give me an L! Ah!
Okay,
Give
this
me
is
a
diabolical.
T.
Okay, Dean, you're done. You're done, Dean. You're done.
Yeah, cut him off, Parker, because he's starting to look bad.
What do you mean? No, he's just you know how Dean sometimes just
Well, let him keep going. He was
his energy just goes through the roof, and it's just like sometimes he just needs to be like talked down a little bit, like calm, you're okay, and then like everything is okay.
I mean, bro, if a homeless dude on the corner was getting so excited of every donation they got and screamed like you, they would have issues.
Okay, So there's been 2 points in this
Okay.
conversation where,
Okay.
like,
What do you
okay,
think about
so,
that?
like, what is your fucking deal? So the first random stray that you dished out was to trans people, and now the second random stray that you've dished out is to homeless people. Like, what? Like, you're having a conversation with me, and you're having a conversation with Parker, you get pissed, and you're like, fuck trans people, and fuck
I never
homeless
said
people.
that.
I
See,
mean,
that's
you
what
are,
you
like,
always do. You
literally,
always put
like, the
words in people's mouths,
GOP
too.
incarnate, everybody.
So
like,
if I put words
like,
in your mouth, what
like
would
this
you do?
this
Because
guy
I
was
never-
made this guy was made by like every Republican congressman and women putting like a drop of blood in a dish and then like cloning it into a 43. Like, this is the guy that we're talking to. Alania, thank you for the $50 super chat over on the YouTube stream. I really appreciate you for the love, Alania. They say jumping jacks. I'm not gonna do jumping jacks, but I do really appreciate you so much for the $50 super chat. And SEN, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo for being kind. I really appreciate that, Alania and SEN. But listen, man, okay, we're gonna get
All right,
real
Dean,
here.
real quick question.
No, can I ask you a quick
So,
question?
since you're young, how many people do you think, or do you know, that Bill Clinton deported during his administration? And who was
Thank you for
the head of
$10 over on
ICE
Venmo.
during Bill Clinton's administration for 8 years?
Yeah, no clue.
So his administration deported 12 million, and Tom Homan worked for Bill Clinton also. So do you know how many people Donald Trump deported in his administration in the 4 years that he was
12
president?
million. Okay, listen, 12 million seems unrealistic.
How about you Google it?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, even given the case, like, we can acknowledge and disagree with any level of deportations of undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes that Democrats engage in as well, but also acknowledge the distinction that Donald Trump today is advocating specifically for them to have the ability to, without due process, remove people from the country. Do you understand that without due process is an incredibly important aspect?
So I'd also like to clarify, he actually deported more than 12 million.
Okay,
Undocumented
thank
immigrants. He deported 12.3 million undocumented immigrants. And guess what? See, you're not going to get this because you're a part of the
So how
loyalists.
many did Donald
listen,
Trump
listen,
deport in
listen,
his
listen to
4
what I have
years?
to say. Listen to what I have to say. No,
real
no, no, no,
quick.
no, 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 no,
You
no,
wanna
no, 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 no.
gaslight, just answer how many Donald Trump deported
I
and then
am
gaslight.
going to talk, and if you don't listen, I'm gonna mute you. Now listen, okay? So unlike you, I'm not a party loyalist. I don't just co-sign myself to whatever any Democrat does ever. And I will be the first to tell you that Bill Clinton's deportations of 12.3 million people is like fucking nuts. Okay? I heavily disagree with that. Very, very heavily disagree with that. Like Parker said, we disagree with the deportation of any undocumented immigrant that has not committed a prior violent offense. Like, I'm not gonna lie, 12.3 million deportations over 8 years. Like over 1 million a year. That's crazy. It's super crazy work. Like that's like more deportations than what I would assume could be done today by Trump. Because I would assume 1 million per year max by Trump. I wonder how many of them.
Well, see, that's what I would like you to do. Google search how many Trump deported in his 4 years.
Again, when you just when he's
So
doing this,
1.3
what he's
million in
ignoring,
4 years
what you're
compared
ignoring is
to
what you're
Obama's
ignoring.
3 million or Bill Clinton's 12.3 million, and everybody's having a hissy fit over Trump. It just cracks me up.
He's misunderstanding. Do you know what due process is?
Listen. I'll tell you. If there was somebody that like hasn't progressed or become a better person from when Bill Clinton was president to now, and they just because they are Democrats didn't have a hissy fit at Bill, but are having a hissy fit with Trump, that's hypocritical. I will actually agree there. So like we're actually agreeing on this point.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'll give it to you. But what I will say is most likely going to be true of a lot of people is maybe there's some people that didn't really think about his deportations while Bill was in office that have like learned more that in reflectance can say that was like bad of Bill to do. Maybe there's some like older people in the chat right now that would agree with that.
I mean, it's almost 8
and I can
times
agree
as
with that.
worse as not 8 times because let's do 4 years. So let's do 6.1 million. Trump did 1.3 million.
So now that we've like agreed that you're right on this point, and like we could agree to a certain extent, I want to talk about Trump because that's what the background says.
Go for it.
So
Can I ask him what due process is, though?
Yeah, for sure. After I thank Destiny for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Destiny. Show some love to Destiny down below in that chat, everybody, as well as Amelia with a 5 and Sin once again with a 10. And Christian, thank you so much for the 5 saying Happy No King's Day. I really appreciate you guys so much for the donations. If I was in a little bit of a better mood, I might get my cheerleader pom-poms or do some jumping jacks.
Well, so wild. It went from Trump being a dictator to Trump being a king.
Danielle, thank you so much for the $10. It's
Like
referencing
overnight.
this. It's referencing the same thing. Danielle, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
King
The idea is that he
king
acts.
and
No, the
a
idea when we're
dictator, I think,
referencing
are
the
a
idea
little
when we're
different.
referencing a king is the idea that he acts above the rule of law. That's the idea that we're referencing.
I
So
understand.
when
I love
when
it,
Donald
though.
Trump when Donald Trump violates the rule of law on multiple bases, on a continual basis, that's why people are referencing him in that context. We're saying we don't want that.
How do judges or Supreme Court judges keep striking these things down? Because they don't agree
Is
with
this
what
guy
they
is this guy sentient? Do you hear what I was saying?
He's very obviously not sentient. I mean, look at his profile.
I did just hear what you said.
We shouldn't act
Then
shocked.
respond.
I mean, it went from 12 million down to you guys agreeing, but not really wanting to talk about it anymore.
Can you tell me what due process is? How about that?
Fashiony, thank you for the $11 over on PayPal.
Going through court and making sure that they should be deported or not.
So you don't have a court process or even a warrant or anything to determine, or you don't even have to, specifically the people who come, don't you have to verify that they are law enforcement?
Understandable, but do you think
That's without due process? If you're saying that people,
Real
okay,
quick.
listen here.
I'm gonna
please.
respond.
If you're, I want you to listen real quick. If you're saying people that literally can just go in and take people without verifying who they are, without warrant, and without a court process, well, then how does that stop, right, any other person who's in the country from doing the very same thing without identifying?
So do you follow the ICE immigration page at all? Because they show all these criminals and certain people that they have been busting. And then they're probably not going to show too many people that don't have a background, but they are showing the criminal histories of these people. So how do you think you think that they just randomly hit Mexican dudes up? No, they have profiles on who they're looking for. And then when they're out there scouting and they see the dude, then they go. Now, other ICE immigration raids are held a little different when they're at businesses and stuff, but they still know that certain people are working at those locations before they go hit them. You act like they go just hit these places blindfolded and have no clue on who they're going after. How did
Wait. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Are you okay with federal agents going into your communities and taking people out of the communities without identifying themselves, without having a warrant, and without even having a court process to go along with it? No, that is fucking insane. I'm sorry. Listen to what's coming out of my mouth. That's fucking insane. That is not a normal process. That is not a legal process. It's not based on the rule of law. That is a process that allows for a particular.
You need to do research on how
that allows for that is a process that allows for Donald Trump to do whatever he wants without any type of governmental response against him. That's what it is. It's about him having ultimate power. It's not about there actually being a process to ensure specifically who's in the country in the right way and who's in the country not in the right way. It's specifically so that Donald Trump can exercise power, right, and literally remove people from the country without due process.
Okay,
and that's tyrannical. That is literally you being okay with king shit.
Now I'm going to respond. Parker.
Go for it.
If he was so tyrannical about doing this, he would have did more than Bill Clinton or Obama.
He's not listening. He's not listening.
I did hear you.
No,
okay, so do you think that Obama did it without due process also? Or do you think Bill Clinton did it without due process? Because there's a lot of people that are doing these things. Donald Trump is not the head of ICE.
Can you please give us an example of like unconstitutional deportations that under the Obama administration or Clinton administration?
That's what I'm saying. Do your homework on that.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're the one making the claim.
12 million people under Bill Clinton, you think he did everything perfect?
I'm asking you to give us an example of an undocumented immigrant that was unconstitutionally deported.
What I was saying was...
Can you give us an example?
I haven't. No, I can't. I haven't.
Dude, what the fuck?
I didn't dig.
Oh, my name's Cultist Idiot, and I make shit up for fun, bro.
Cultist Idiot?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well, you're the one that anybody leaves your party, you call them a traitor, and they're a cultist.
No, I call anybody that supports a man.
Anybody.
Listen,
Wendy Lee.
I want you to
Wendy
listen to what I have
Lee
to say.
Based on her whole campaign.
Okay, I'm going to mute you in 5. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying.
I call anybody that supports a president that has explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution and unapologetically violated it 4 or 5 times in the last 140 days a traitor, not just to the party, but to the country.
Don't avoid the question, okay, or the statement. The statement was anybody that...
I didn't avoid it. I call anybody that supports a president that has explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution, launched the largest internal attack on American democracy since the Civil War when he tried to rig the 2020 election, and violated the Constitution unapologetically 4 or 5 times in the last 145 days, a traitor, not to the Democratic Party, but to the country.
You got a lot of people that will give you donations for this shit because you're good. You're
Is
like
he not going to engage with
you're
any
like
of what you
Rush
just said at
Limbaugh.
all?
Because you guys say the same thing all the time.
Is it wrong?
Well, you're not
What do you
responding to
want me
it.
to
Well, if
respond to
if we
that?
say the same thing
You're
every
full
single
of
time,
shit.
wait, I'm sorry. If we say the same thing every time, you should have a little bit more than just laughing at us and saying that we're full of shit. You should have like an actual like thought out response to what we just said.
Yeah, then
You are
also-
not
I just
engaging
said that
critically.
if
You are not a
Donald Trump
rational
wanted to
human
deport
being.
all these
You
people,
literally can't
he
even
would
listen
have
to what I'm
deported
saying right
more
now
than
because
Obama.
you don't like it.
Yeah,
Are you
right.
gonna make
We're
are
gonna
you gonna
do
make the same claim that we've already responded to?
We're
like,
gonna
4
go ahead and
times
just
already?
do. We're just gonna go to do a productivity test. Either respond to what I said, or I'm gonna kick you. It's a test of productivity. And by the way, Phoenix, thank you for the $50 super chat over in that YouTube stream. Saying happy no King's Day, Dean. Keep it up. This idiotic man doesn't know anything. No, he doesn't even know what I just said. Thank you so much for the $50, Phoenix. Show some love to Phoenix down below in that chat. Let's get 500 Phoenix W's. That is PHENIX. I really appreciate you for that. As well as Lindsay, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Saying just sent this on a YouTube super chat too. I'm sorry that I missed it. I watched that old Trump guy video. I'm a prosecutor. In my state, what he did would actually be considered misdemeanor assault. By the way, cops get charges charges wrong all the time. Lindsay, so I actually thought it was misdemeanor assault too, based upon our county and state's legislation. But then the cop was like, no, it would be misdemeanor harassment. So I mean, if we have a prosecutor saying otherwise, that's what I thought too. Thank you for letting me know that. Thank you for the $20, Lindsay. And I also
So I guess you could
left a
walk
little
up
bit
to
out.
people and harass them and not get charged with shit.
Wait, now let me think. Tube, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Tube in the comment section. Gabe, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Brianna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. It's crazy. It's crazy.
You're
Thank
just
you so
lucky
much.
a real one
Danielle,
wasn't
thank you so
wrong.
much. I really
Real
appreciate the
charge.
10. I really appreciate the $10. Thank
Yeah.
you so much. I really appreciate it. Of course. Thank you so much. We got plenty of diabolicals coming. Sid, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Said all 8 of her uncles are scared to debate Dean and I. That's diabolical. That's diabolical, I tell you.
Okay,
Mallory, thank you for the 7 Canadian. And Mickey, thank you so much for the 2 Australian. Thank you.
Yeah. Question. So you're telling me that I harassed that guy by very calmly asking him about the sign that he was holding. I'll also make it known that he was one of the only Trump counter-protesters in the entire No King's Day protest in my hometown. The question that I have for you that I want you to answer is, if you're a pro-Trump counter-protester going to a liberal protest with over 1,000 people and going right into the muck of it in the middle of the mall, and you're the only Trump supporter around, right? Is there an expectation that you're probably going to end up talking to a couple liberals about why you support Trump? And if anything, was I nicer than 90% of the other people there? Is it typical like person at one of those protests gonna see a sign that's calling all Democrats pedophiles, baby killers, idiots, and scumbags, and walk up to them and say, "Hey, sir, I'd love to have a productive conversation with you about why you support Trump." And then he turns around and calls me an idiot, say, "Well, I don't think it's idiotic for me to ask this question." Tell me why you think I harassed him, even though I was nicer to him than anybody else there would have been. And there was an expectation that he was definitely going to end up having some conversations with some liberals.
Do I get to respond now?
Yeah, bud.
Okay, like I said before, when he pushed the mic out of his face because you were putting it up in his face, you didn't have to have it right up in his face.
I mean, actually,
This
you
guy-
actually
this-
do have to
this
have.
guy needs a tissue.
You actually do have to have microphones like kind of close to people's faces.
Are you
Yeah.
gonna let me respond?
Sure.
You do have to. Also, like, bro, do you need a tissue?
Are you gonna let me respond? Just
Yeah,
give me
no,
30 seconds
do you
and
need a
I'll
tissue?
respond.
The
Do you
tears
need
are
a
running.
tissue?
The tears are running.
Hell no. Like I said, if he had
Like,
a real
I'll
one
go
that
grab
was a
some
family
Kleenex right
member-
now if you want some.
If he had a real one that was a family member there, I promise you it wouldn't have went like that.
Okay,
so
that's actually exactly what my family members said too. They said if they saw it, if they saw it because they were there, if they saw
which
it, it
one?
would have
What
went
family member? The
differently.
one that your brother that kicked you out, or your grandparents that kicked you out?
My grandparents didn't kick me out. That was only my brother, and that's because he's a whole lot like you.
So what family member said that they would have defended you?
Yeah, I'm not gonna owe you that information.
Yeah, I didn't think so because I don't think you had any that said that.
Okay.
Yeah, that was actually
So
that actually made
and?
you and your family look bad.
And wait, what's your point? And
Like I said, that made you and your family look bad.
he doesn't have any more
Because it's
critical
all
thought
you
on
had to
that.
do,
Me
Dean.
and my
is when
family.
he said he didn't want to talk.
It made my family look bad because
Are
I
you gonna
simply
let me
shared with you the
respond?
fact that
No.
a member of my family said that if they saw this 70-year-old man like get physical with me and try to like rip shit out of my hands, push me with a sign and with his hands, which is considered misdemeanor assault in the state of Colorado, and which he currently has a warrant out for his arrest for, that it would have went differently. That looks bad. So being like willing to stick up for your family members makes you look bad. I guess you're not pro-family.
No, what makes you look bad is how you treated a senior citizen. They could have been in the military. They could have been who knows what, but you thought it was cool to press him to debate somebody that doesn't even probably normally debate like your fruity ass does every fucking day.
Oh,
And
bro,
you thought
you're
it would
just a
be
homophobe.
okay.
Fruity. Okay. Yep. Dean Gay. I love it. I love the argument. I love it so much, guys.
You do. You cut me off for one word that I say.
Nobody thinks about gay
Why are you steamrolling about that
individuals
shit?
more than conservative white men. By the way,
I have a question. I have a question. Hold up. I have a question. Do you
I
want?
guess that's what your mind is on. You
I
already
have a
said you were
I
gonna
have a
grab the
question.
pom-poms.
I have a question. Do you want Dean to be gay?
No, I'd rather him not be.
Okay. Well, then why did you? Okay, so then
He's
you're
trying to
bringing
cover
that up
up.
just to be rude and
He acts
demonizing.
He's trying to
flamboyant, bro. I was
trying to
pointing
cover
that
up.
out.
He's trying to cover up. He's trying to cover up. No, he's pushing that LGBTQ plus XYZ agenda on me, everybody. He was pushing that LGBTQ XYZ X2 plus agenda on me, everybody. This is the problem. The liberals, they want to push it on our youth. I'm a youth. I'm 20 years old, and the liberal, okay, he says, Dean, you gotta be gay. He's telling me that I have to be gay. He's like, he's pushing the agenda on me, everybody. God.
You know,
I feel like if
auctioned you that just.
No, of course,
Whoa.
like what I just said was, of course, like what I just made was called a satirical joke. But on a real note, there's some like really hypocritical undertones that kind of make it true in a sense. Because the right likes to say that the left is pushing like people to be gay and whatnot. When unironically, that's what the right does. Like for instance, he's doing it with me right now. Like, no, I'm straight, right? But he's gonna be like, but then like he's saying like, no, you're gay, and I'm like, no, I'm straight. And he's like, oh, you're flamboyant, meaning that you act in particular ways in which are gay. So I think that you're gay. And I'm like, no, I'm straight. And he's like, no, you're fucking gay. You know what I mean? So it's like the only people in this country that are legitimately pushing individuals to be gay are people on the right.
Yeah. Because I said grab your pom-poms or one little funny ass fucking.
No, you call me fruity. Fruity means gay, right? That's like
what else did I
that's like
say
a
in that?
derogatory way to refer to
That
a gay
could be a
person.
compliment. You could be complimented as being fruity. Shut up. Stop crying a river.
Wait.
What else did I
Lawrence,
say?
you said you don't want him to be gay, which means you don't think of it that way. Dude, this guy's just not intelligent.
Wait. Do I really think that when a 43-year-old crazed Trump supporter, like just somebody that's absolutely delusional, interrupts a conversation when he's angry after accusing me of elder abuse by calling me gay, that you're somehow trying to compliment me or be nice? Get a grip, bro. Get a
You're
grip.
flamboyant. You know what flamboyant is?
Actually, no,
You
I
grab
don't
your
know how to define
pom-poms
that
and
term.
thank people for all the money you get. You're flamboyant, bro. Get over it.
Wait,
It's
so
not a big.
because I thank people for the donations, I'm gay? Holy shit. Oh my god.
Some people are flamboyant. Some people aren't.
Dude, honestly, if that's
Like
what made
there's buff ass gay
if-
dudes
if-
you wouldn't even know they're gay, but then there's
if
gay dudes
if
that.
thanking people for their donations made you gay, I'd be but that's besides the point. Go ahead.
Like I said, there's people you wouldn't even know that are, but then there's people that you would know that are because of how they act and how they're flamboyant. I wasn't saying you are.
What do you even mean?
What
when
I
you
was
say-
saying was you're a very flamboyant man and you don't represent men well.
What do you even mean by flamboyant man?
You don't know what that is?
I actually don't know how you're using the term. No. Define
Google
it.
search it. And when you read it, you'll see that it's defining what the actions that you do.
So what's the definition of the term?
The actions of what people do, man, that are flamboyant.
Okay, but what does flamboyant mean?
I just said.
Okay, no, you haven't given it a definition.
The definition is people's actions.
Wait. I just want to clarify that you said that my flamboyance or like quote unquote gayness is thanking people for their donations. So I just want to clarify: the more money you make, the gayer you are. You're straight as fuck, little bro. Better get that money up, chump. Yeah,
well, maybe that's why Lil Uzi Vert put on a dress. I don't know, because he was getting that money up, chump.
Dude, what is this guy saying, bro? I just like I don't even know. I don't even know if this guy's sentient, bro.
You didn't hear what I said? Maybe that you
Dude,
just said.
dude, you asked him for a definition of hold up. You asked him for a definition of flamboyant, and you just said people's actions.
What the fuck? What, dude? Okay.
Flamboyant.
Okay,
Yeah,
Parker.
flamboyantness is people's actions on how they behave.
That's all you said?
Okay. First, you called yourself broke.
So what's the definition? You got the computer right
First,
there,
you called
Parker.
yourself broke. Second of all, could you give me one reason?
I never
not
said
to
I
kick
was
you?
broke, motherfucker.
Could you give me one reason not to kick
The
you?
fuck
right
you
now?
talking about? I just never said I got my hand out on TikTok Live all day, 8 hours a day.
Wait, what do you mean?
Everybody like,
You mean like thanking Amber for the $6 and the 66 on Venmo, or Tina with the $5 on Venmo, or
Hell yeah,
Gia
I'd
with
be
the
really
$5 on
happy to
Venmo,
get
or
a
Shad with the
donation
$5 on Venmo, or Shad with another $5. Like that.
Hell
Or
yeah.
even like John with a $10 on PayPal, because I love it when you're flamboyant. Oh my God, dude. Let's go. W John down below in that comment section.
See?
And
He
Amber with the
agrees.
$25 over on
He
PayPal saying,
agrees.
you're gay if
Being
you
is
thank me for this.
flamboyant.
Let's go. Thank you for the $25, Amber. Jack with the $5 as well. And Icky
I'm
with the
surprised
$13
Parker's got a
over on
girlfriend, 'cause he's
PayPal.
pretty
Kaylee, thank you
flamboyant
so much
too.
for the $10 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. And Fashiony with the $11. Okay, give me one reason why I shouldn't kick you.
Amber, thank you for the $25. Melissa, thank you for the 10. I really
real
appreciate it.
quick.
Audie, thank you for the $4.20.
Before you thank people, I just literally give me one reason why I shouldn't kick you.
one reason I already roasted you on the deportations, and you think Trump's...
Cool, good to hear a reason. Go ahead, continue to thank people. I just wanted to get them out of here. Take it away, Parker.
Oh, I'm actually done. That was it.
Oh, okay, sweet. Well, all right, everybody. We're gonna move on to the next guest. John, thank you once again for the $10. And Adriana, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. And Barbie, thank you for like the wicked cool, strong finish F1 sports car gift over on TikTok. That is by far one of the coolest guests I've seen. Thank you so much for the love. We're going to go to get that next guest up in the box right now, y'all. What the hell is going on today? I mean, these guests
thank
are
you for $10.
nuts.
Thank you.
These guests are nuts. Oh my God, David, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat saying I'm 64 and a veteran and proud gay man. This turd couldn't hold my jock. Shame on you, caller. Yo, get fucking destroyed. Oh my God. Hey, David, we love you here. Shout out to David, okay? An actual patriot of this country. Shout out to you, David. We love you. Show some love to David down below in that comment section. What is going on, Elizabeth? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
April.
Why do you sound like you're about to laugh?
Sorry,
She's
I'm
trolling.
nervous.
I wouldn't.
No, maybe not.
I would say
Maybe
because
not.
of her, because of like the pit vipers in the profile picture and the star and the cross in the bio. Like I wouldn't. I don't think we have enough evidence to assume that she's lying yet. Wait, what does her bio actually say? I didn't read the words. Have you noticed that everyone that's for abortion has already been born? Yes, Elizabeth, I have.
Ronald Reagan.
Wow, I didn't know that. Thank you
It's
for
a
telling
really
me.
good point.
Yeah,
So-
thank you for telling us that. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
So tell us why you support Trump, Elizabeth.
Because he wants to stop abortions.
Okay, you're
she's
definitely
totally trolling.
Totally trolling. Jinx. All right. Okay, why did
Addie,
she
thank you
start-
so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's
Okay.
great to hear. Amber, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Elliot, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. And Gob with the $200 on YouTube Super Chat for
jeez.
keep up the good fight,
Woo.
Parker. Here's some W's for Gob in the comment section right now for the fucking $200 on YouTube Super Chat. Holy shit, Gob. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $200. Thank you.
Braden, what's up? You support Trump?
So I'm not like so sure. Like I'm trying to. So before the election, like yes, I was.
I'm sorry for cutting you off, man. Just got to ask, how old are you?
16.
I'm happy that I asked that. Hey, Braden, I appreciate you so much for coming up, but you do have to be 18 to be in the box. Oh man, I hope that, like watching the live is able to give you some type of like insider education insofar as like politics, political parties, etc. Appreciate you for coming up though, man. All right, moving on to the next guest. Roro, thank you for the $10 saying keep doing your thing, Dean. No kings. Love you, Dean, and love you, Parker. Dude, I appreciate you for that love, Roro. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. As well as Caitlin and Heidi. Heidi, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo saying flame point is a French word. That it is, Heidi. Thank you for the $10. Caitlin with a 15 says love watching your lives. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Caitlin. What's going on? Scrum. I think that's a...
Hello.
Scrum is a word that I've never said before. What's up, man? How old are you?
Yeah. I am 19.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
April.
Okay. You support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why?
I love his policies.
Okay, well, which ones?
The anxiety pen and the skibbity toilet policies.
Okay. Goodbye, Scrum.
Hail Hitler. Hail
Where
Hitler.
the fuck did that one come from? What the fuck?
So gross.
Oh. We're going to move on to the next guest. Jeez.
Hi.
Hey, what's up, Abby? You MAGA?
Yeah.
Kaylee, thank you for the galaxy. All right, how old are you, Abby?
I'm 20, March 7, 2005.
Cool. Why do you support Trump? Worst president of your life.
I have actually a question for you.
Okay.
Are you Christian?
Yes, I am.
So you're okay with abortion?
I can. Do you want to
Yeah,
have
absolutely.
Do you want to have a Christian v. Christian debate real quick? I could explain to you why Jesus, our Lord and Savior, would actually vote for pro-abortion policy if he was alive today. I could justify it. I really can.
Go.
Okay, all right. So first and foremost, pro-life legislation essentially restricts the free will of women to access abortion. And if God wanted to restrict the free will of women to access abortion, God would have done it himself. But, that's a little bit more of a conceptual argument. The second one is going to be a little bit more of a practical position. So when we look at the Bible, we sure do see moral laws, and maybe one of those moral laws is that abortion is wrong. But I don't think that we should use the moral laws described in the Bible to vote for legislation to restrict individuals from violating those moral laws. Like, for instance, it's also a violation of the 10 Commandments to tell a lie, meaning you're violating the 10 Commandments when you tell your children that Santa Claus exists, just like you're apparently violating the 10 Commandments when you get an abortion.
You don't believe in dreams? Kids being happy?
But what I'm saying here is, if you'll listen to me, if you'll please listen to me, I don't know where that came from, is that you violate the 10 Commandments when you lie and tell your children that Santa Claus exists, just like you violate the 10 Commandments when you get an abortion. So if getting an abortion should be illegal for that reason, so would the idea that it should be illegal to lie to your children and tell them that Santa Claus exists, and that's just absurd. Right, so we obviously shouldn't use like the moral laws of the Bible to justify legislation to restrict against violations of them.
But it's technically not lying. If kids want to believe in something happy, Santa Claus isn't bad.
Okay,
that's still a lie.
You children, close your ears. It is
it's a lie, but do you believe in happiness for the world?
Oh yeah, I do believe in happiness.
Being happy?
Wait, if you just want to run the argument that it's okay to lie to your children because it promotes happiness in the children, well then it'd be okay for women to get abortions because it promotes a higher quality of life within the women. When we compare areas with pro-life legislation compared to pro-choice legislation, we see higher qualities of life in areas with pro-choice legislation compared to pro-life legislation. We also see higher levels of education, higher wages on average, lower levels of employment, lower levels of poverty, meaning that are you telling me it's not okay for women to be prosperous and happy, families to be solidified? Because it also shifts the family dynamic away from financially well-off adults that consent to starting a family and desire to have kids into forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into being moms and dads, forcing them to have kids. And then there's also the other negative external outcomes of Donald Trump's abortion policy, like the fact that there's 60 grape victims that got pregnant as a result of that grape that get denied access to abortion every single day in 10 of our states. Then we have women being treated like literal human incubators, means to an end to produce more humans, such as Adriana Smith in Georgia. Absolutely disgusting. So if your argument is, although it is a violation of the Ten Commandments to tell your children that Santa Claus exists, it makes the children happy. Although it is a violation of the Ten Commandments for a woman to get an abortion, it promotes better outcomes in society. Bada boom, bada bang. We used your own logic to justify
I'm
a
not done,
Christian
though.
pro-choice worldview.
Can I speak now? Or no? I just feel like, I mean, you're not technically lying to your kids because when they get older, you can actually tell them. It's just.
What? What?
I'm not done.
Wait. Can I give you a reductio for that one? That one's crazy.
I'm not done
The
yet.
reductio to the view is that line just doesn't exist then. Like, that's a reductor to the view.
Yeah,
because
but,
you could,
like,
technically
you know-
tell anybody the truth after you lie to them.
Yeah, if you cheat on your partner and then tell them the truth after, does that mean that you didn't lie to them?
No. I'm just saying, like, this world's really sick, and do you think it's Trump's fault, everything that's happening right now?
What the fuck? I don't understand how that relates to a conversation about justifying pro-choice policy given the Christian worldview.
I'm just saying, lying.
What the hell?
It's technically not lying.
What the hell? Why is it not lying?
You want your kids to be happy.
Hey, ma'am, define a lie.
I'm not gonna do that. I feel like you're just going against everyone because you
Wow.
wanna.
Holy cow.
Abby, I have a question. Would you if you had a trans kid specifically, would you like be nice to them? Would you let them get access to medical resources that would make them happier?
And then after you answer
I
Parker's
mean, if
question,
they're
I
trans
still want
and
you to
they-
define lie.
I'd still love them no matter what.
So you would help them get access to medical resources that would make them happier?
If they were sick. What type of medical are you talking about?
You can get access to medical resources even if you're not sick.
True, but what's your point?
That's the point. I'm just saying, would you specifically allow them to get access to puberty blockers?
I mean, that's their choice.
As a kid?
And when they become an adult.
No,
Until
I'm talking.
then, it's
Well,
the
okay,
parents.
so if you wouldn't let them get access to it, even if it made them happier, right?
But they can't find happiness in themselves
Oh, wait.
and
I'm
who they
so-
are.
But I'm just sorry. We're referencing something that would make them happier. I thought you were saying that you would do something to make your kids happier, right?
Hey,
Are
real
you
quick,
talking about,
could you just be honest with us? Are you underage? Are you under the age of 18?
No, I'm 20.
Okay, continue.
I'm 20. I'm just trying to figure out why you guys are doing this every day.
Debating
Honestly.
because we want people
Like,
to
what's
change.
the point? You're not
I'll
getting
explain.
people
I'll explain.
together. You're just making people hate you more.
I think you're wrong. Thousands of people have changed their mind because of these different types of lives, and it actively is incredibly
But what
productive
are
in
the
terms
lies?
of the overall dialogue. What's up?
What are the lies? Are you like?
Abby, on a scale of 1 to 10, are you on cloud 9?
I don't do any of that, unlike you.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Abby.
I choose.
Okay,
I
that was
choose-
very.
It's an elevation
that
pen.
was-
Get it right.
That was very. Okay.
I don't put stuff in my body to make
Okay,
myself feel
okay.
better.
Okay, Abby. Okay.
Okay.
It's a goddamn anxiety pen. Okay.
Yeah, but you're on the way to death at this point if you're buying that every day.
No, I'm not.
No. No. Anxiety pins do not serve as a gateway, but vapes serve as a gateway. Okay, but anxiety
there's-
pins, lavender and chamomile, they're good for you. They're healthy. They're natural. Okay, God put them on this earth for a
But-
reason to be consumed like me. After
No,
vaporizing
no,
them with the use
nope.
of an e-coil to make
Nope.
them be inhaled into my lungs for the betterment
Nope.
of myself and to reduce the anxiety that you motherfuckers give me. Okay, but it's not nicotine because nicotine's a gateway.
But you
Nicotine
can't
leads
see a
to death.
therapist?
What the first step? You're doing nicotine. Next thing you know, okay, what's that?
You can't see a therapist for anxiety, or you can't, talk to Jesus about it, or actually,
No, it has to be my elevation pen.
right.
Did you
But-
just tell me to talk to
Jesus
about
cannot help
anxiety?
me. Jesus
Yes,
cannot
yes,
help
he
me with
can.
my anxiety.
Oh wait,
Only
Yes,
my
he can.
elevation
wait.
pen
Actually,
can.
Parker, I'll actually defend her from this perspective.
Parker,
unironically,
Jesus can change you.
unironically, people will start following a religion, and their depression will exist. They'll be less anxious. They'll be happier. And
Okay,
average.
listen.
But
What's causing your
but it
anxiety?
doesn't.
Wait. What's causing your anxiety?
What are your credentials?
Answer the question.
What are your credentials to be asking the question?
Okay, do I have permission to talk?
Dude, can you answer? What are your credentials to be asking the question?
What does that word mean?
Dude, Abby.
You're so smart. Like, okay, go on.
credentials means qualifications, basically.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, you're putting something in your body when you could be seeking help or talking to someone or finding yourself in Jesus.
Yeah.
But you're putting stuff in your body.
No, I see
50
you.
years you'll have cancer.
No, I see you. I really need to talk to a therapist. Yeah. Yeah.
I did go to therapy.
Yeah.
Good for you. Is it helping?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's good.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
like,
saying,
but you know what? You know what's even better? The
What?
elevation pen.
Nah. It makes you look dumb, honestly.
What do you mean it makes me look dumb? Are you really? You really said that while in this conversation, Abby? Are you serious? Do you want to have a dialogue right now?
Listen,
Let's have
I
a dialogue.
actually,
You say that I look dumb?
I don't do the WEED. Okay, I don't do the elevation.
I don't do
That's
any
not
of it.
me.
I don't drink. I don't do any of that.
I'll hit
actually
5
clean.
blinkers. I'll hit 5 blinkers and then absolutely
whoa.
destroy you in a conversation
wait,
right now.
Wait, Abby, you've never had like a single drink?
Nope.
Okay, I mean, like, hey, man, good for you. I gotta say,
I mean,
not me.
I'm not saying you can do it. I don't care. I'm not the type of person to judge. But for me,
Can I be honest of who you remind me of?
wait, I'm not done.
You remind me of the people I went to Catholic school with.
Well, I'm just saying. I feel like drinking or vaping, it just makes you. You're trying to fit in.
I'm just
You're
blinking.
trying to fit in.
No, listen.
I'm just blinking.
Abby's right. Abby's right. We don't do that here. We don't promote it. We don't accept it. That's why I do my all-natural anxiety pen recommended by 9 out of 10 anxiety doctors. The drinking, the guana, as the young kids call it. It's not cool. It only hurts you. It's a gateway to next thing you know, you're doing the sniffy. It's crazy how it works. Now, listen.
But why are you doing that? What are you running away from? This world is amazing.
Okay, can we talk about Trump?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll do that instead. After I thank Midnight Rin for the midnight for that really cool gift. I appreciate you. So tell us, why do you support Trump?
My mom just texted me saying, what happened to talking about Trump? Anxiety pens.
Yeah.
His mother's watching. Be respectful. Have some respect.
Oh, you hit it again. Are you feeling better?
Are you talking to me? Yes.
Bro, nasty.
Dude, you understand that if I didn't use the anxiety pen, unironically, my eyes would be popping out of my head, and I'd have a fucking dent in my skull from bashing it against
Have you
this
had
table.
any water today?
Yes.
Have you had a glass of water?
Okay, can we stop and talk about Trump?
He lowers taxes.
not according to the CBPP. And actually, it is a case that his big beautiful bill is estimated to increase the taxes on 80% of Americans, particularly Americans that make under around $140,000 per year.
Okay, your point. I feel like you're just reading news articles that are not real. Like,
bruh.
Nobody truly knows Trump.
My name's a Trump supporter, and I deny facts. That's you right now.
Well, it's just like you're choosing negativity over positivity. Choose peace.
Right. We should always delude ourselves into thinking that everything is good for us, even when it's really bad for us, because we need to choose positivity over negativity. No.
Yes, that's how the world should be. But
Okay,
no, there's
Abby,
weirdos that.
What the hell? What's going on? So you're telling me that if I said "fuck you, Abby," you'd hear "I love you"?
I'd
Abby.
talk to you and be like, why the frick did you talk to me like that?
Oh, you don't even cuss?
Nope. It's disgusting.
What's the difference between saying frick and fuck?
She can't.
Seriously, I actually genuinely don't get it. Like, aren't you referencing the same thing?
She can't be over 18. She can't be over 18. I feel like that's the combo that I saw in a lot of the individuals that I went to Catholic school with at 16. You know what I mean? And maybe there's other people that also have similar experiences to this. You know, there's just like a group of kids at that age of 15, 16 that had that combo of No curse words, no drinking, no smoking, none of that. But I feel like it's like pretty exclusive to like that age demographic. You guys know what I'm talking about. So I know that, she repeated her age was 22 or whatever quite a bit. She gave us the right birthday and she reaffirmed that she was that age quite a bit. But we're going to err it on the safe side because in all reality, we actually do care about minor safety. And Amanda, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal, saying she's a bit judgy for being a Christian. Is that not a sin? According to Judges 2:1, it is a sin. The more you know. Thank you for the love, Amanda. What is going on, Money? Are you a MAGA?
No, I believe I'm a free-thinking American.
Okay, do you support Trump?
I mean, I can't answer.
Okay, go freely think somewhere else. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute while we get that next guest up in the block. Dominic, you should join up, man.
Yeah, I was like, you should join in, Dominic.
Oh, wow, dude. We both saw the same person in the chat. That's fly.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Yasmin? How old are you?
Hello.
Hi.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I am 18.
What's your birth year?
I was born in 2006.
Okay, what month?
November.
Okay.
Okay, real quick before we hop into the debate, I'm so very sorry. I just got to thank Amber for the $25 over on Venmo 14 minutes ago. I really appreciate you so much for the love, and I'm really happy that you went to your local No Kings protest. That's awesome, Amber. Huge shout out to Amber, y'all. Let's show some massive love to Amber down below, as well as Dwyer with a $15 on Venmo 14 minutes ago, saying from Rachel Dwyer and JML. Shout out to Rachel and JML. I appreciate you so much for the $15. Angel with a $5 over on Venmo, saying that me and my girlfriend have been watching you every day religiously. We love you. I love you guys too. And Destiny, once again, with the $5. Thank you so much, Destiny. And Nancy, thank you so much for the $20. Saying I've heard people bring you up on Parker's lives, and today I saw it on Johnny's live. Yet they can never bring a valid argument to you. This just in. A lot of people love to talk about me. Listen, dude. I went on Omegle last night for fun, and like I was hearing people on there say like, "Oh man, yeah, like just there's been a bunch of people just like shitting on you for no reason on here." Like I don't know, man. Anyways, Yasmin, I apologize for the drawn out interruption. Now you said that you were April 06?
November.
November 06. That would make you 20, 18. That would make you 18. Why are you guys in the chat saying not 18? Trying to determine.
Just because they think.
What? Do you want to see my birth certificate? Like.
No, definitely not.
Okay. So how are y'all? I support Trump because of his tax cuts.
Okay. How much money do you make per year?
It depends. So I normally make 30K because I'm an exotic dancer. So it really just fluctuates.
Okay.
So Donald Trump will increase your taxes.
Yeah.
Right? I just noticed
by around $1,500 through $2,000. So like for instance, if the BBB passes in the next fiscal year, you're going to pay an additional $1,500 through $2,000 on top of what you would have paid if this big beautiful bill never passed. And that's coming from the cbpp.org. They did a whole comprehensive study on the totality of the BBB. And
okay, but also like I just want to say free Palestine, everyone. Free fucking Palestine. I'm done with this bullshit.
Why do you support Trump if you support Palestine?
Dean, they're trolling.
Oh, okay. Free Palestine, hell yeah, but please don't come up here unless you're a Trump supporter. Moving on to the next guest, quite frankly. Hello.
Hello.
What's up, man? You MAGA?
Yep.
Redneck 35, 7 kids, is that you?
Oh no.
Yep. What are you laughing at?
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why do you support Trump? Tell me.
No, bro, this got to be
because the tariffs he's doing.
Okay. Can you tell me what a tariff is?
Yeah, he's making our country more supportive.
What is it? More supportive of what?
Spell.
He's making our economy
fascism
more stronger. No, he's making our economy more stronger.
More stronger. How so?
I kicked him because he's trolling. Hello, L. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why?
I'm a big proponent of the Second Amendment.
Oh, okay. Out of the last two administrations, what is the only administration to pass unconstitutional gun reform that literally infringed upon your Second Amendment?
Both.
Oh no! What we didn't have?
No, yet.
No.
Yeah, Joe Biden's pistol brace ban was deemed unconstitutional by the Supreme Court.
When did that pass, and when did SCOTUS make their ruling? I mean, if so, educate me, please.
I believe it was 2023, one of those. I might be off on the year, but Joe Biden had a pistol brace ban that was deemed unconstitutional by the Supreme Court.
Pistol brace?
Yeah.
Let's see. Court appeals rules against Biden brace ban. ATF's ban on the pistol brace equipped firearms has hit another wall in court. Okay. Let's see here. So that's going to be through the ATF, not Congress, that Biden signed into law. What Donald Trump did is Congress passed a bump stock ban and he signed it into law and supported it. Now, this was just like a new ruling from the ATF that didn't like land on his desk. So, I mean, I wouldn't classify these two as the same regards. Yeah. But like, I'll still give it to you. Like, good fucking job. I don't think I've ever heard a better answer to the question.
Okay.
But yeah. now, like, I'd say, like, generally, if you're just kind of concerned with constitutional violations, that Donald Trump wouldn't be your guy. The reason that I say that is because he seems to violate the Constitution and not really care. And, you know, at least Kamala Harris, as an attorney, did indeed care about the Constitution. I mean, like, he's explicitly called for its termination. That happened in December of 2022. And after violating the Constitution a handful of times in his second term in the last 145 days, you know, we've seen him respond to SCOTUS's rulings against him, kind of just saying that he doesn't care and that, you know, he would, if he could, just kind of isolate all power to the executive branch of our government, kind of like fuck the courts and whatnot. So I'd say that, you know, any constitutionalist, regardless if that's two-way specific or not, probably should have voted for Kamala Harris, because if she passed unconstitutional gun reform, would have got taken down by the 6-3 conservative-leaning Supreme Court, and she would have left it be.
Yeah. Can I reply now? I don't want to interrupt you or nothing.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Okay, great. So when we look at number one, Donald Trump, I can recognize, even though I'm a big Trump supporter, I can recognize that Donald Trump's not the most pro two-way person. I mean, he's pro Second Amendment in a way, but with the things he's done, there are definitely some concerning things. Either way here, to my liking, one of the strong points is the Second Amendment. We believe in less regulations on firearms, and voting Republican is what gets me closer to that goal. Like I said, voting for Harris would have absolutely destroyed our Second Amendment. Wait.
Are you saying that the 6-3 conservative Supreme Court would have let the Second Amendment be destroyed?
So let me tell you why. Let me tell you something.
Wait,
So
I'm sorry.
Alito,
I got to ask you a question, actually, before you answer that.
Yeah.
One of your reposts is titled "Fuck Black Pride." And I'm like reading through the caption here. It says, "How can one feel a genuine sense of pride in being black when the community around us faces significant challenges? Across many predominantly black neighborhoods, we witness high crime rates that contribute to an atmosphere of fear and instability. Educational outcomes are concerning, with numerous high schools reporting that consistently low test scores that hinder the future prospects of our youth. And furthermore, an alarming number of young men and women are becoming parents at increasingly younger rates, often without the support systems that stable two-parent households typically provide." And the antithesis of that conclusion is that, you know, black individuals shouldn't uphold black pride because apparently, according to this post and your repost, black people do really bad things. So first and foremost, to the first point that they make, predominantly in black neighborhoods, predominantly black neighborhoods, we witness high crime rates. Predominantly, he left?
Yeah.
Why? I was about to respond to, what he had reposted. He didn't want to have a conversation about what he's broadcasting. You know, if you're gonna have like the spine to repost stupid shit like that, at least have the brain to be willing to discuss it. You don't really have any posts, so that's, you have a couple, but you don't have that many, so most people are just gonna go to the repost. It's the second most recent one. It's gonna be one of the first impressions that people get of you. If you're going to broadcast it, be willing to talk about it. Fucking hell, man. I guess
Immediately left, by the way. Immediately left.
Nuts.
Just straight gone.
Yeah, like I wanted to talk about it. I did. I really wanted to talk about it with him. You know, wanted to like indicate reasons why that was fallacious thinking and unsound logic. Well, what's up, Caleb? You support Trump?
Oh, they came on live too.
You know what that reminds me of? Thomas, the banjo guy, hasn't been here for a while. You know, I miss Thomas, everybody. Thomas, the banjo man. What a great guy he was. What a great guy he was. Oh my God, I didn't see this, but Phoenix, I don't even know how long ago this was. Thank you for the $100 super chat over on the YouTube stream. Thank you, Phoenix. Phoenix says, Dean, you should for real drop him. He has no argument. I'm going to go and assume that was in reference to like the person like a billion guests ago. That was like talking about elder abuse or whatnot. But Phoenix, seriously, thank you for the $100 super chat. Show some love to Phoenix down below. And by the way, once again, if you're watching and you're like, hey, this Dean guy's cool, or hey, I kind of like this stream, I'm having fun. Kat, thank you for the star map. Feel free to support me, support the stream, support the studio through the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms. As well as make sure you drop a follow, y'all. Do this every single day. Hello, Mr. Rapist supporter. How we doing?
Can I also thank a few people?
Hello, Dean.
Yeah, after we ensure that this guy is where he's supposed to be. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how do you?
How old am I? I'm 18 years old.
And why do you have me reposted?
I have you reposted?
Yeah, your only repost is me.
Is it really? I didn't know that.
The response to that indicates
big
to me that you didn't know that. You're a fan. Hey, man, I appreciate that. I wonder if, like, the Conor McGregor profile picture was just to get up on the live. If it wasn't, bro, you should look into him. Bad guy. What's up, Will Smith, you MAGA?
Hey, mate, no, I'm British.
Cool. Peace out. All right, y'all, we probably got time for around one more guest, so, we're going to try to get that last guest up in the stream, everybody. What's going on, Atrocious? Are you Atrocious? Do you support Trump?
Is there an age limit?
Yeah, I'm going to assume because you asked that means you're under 18. Moving on. You know what I mean? Moving on. Here we go. Looking for the last guest, everybody. Looking for the last guest. That's right. Looking for the last guest. Okay. Loops. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate that, man. Very kind of you. What's up, Chloe? You MAGA?
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry, this is my first time doing this.
Are you British?
No, I'm actually Australian.
Australian. Well, I do apologize, Chloe. We are just looking to talk to people from America that support Trump. Sorry that your first time was a little short and sour, but, you sounded like a kind person nonetheless, Chloe. Never stop being a kind person, Chloe. Hello, Hayden. Are you MAGA?
Yeah, of course I am.
Okay, how old are you?
25.
Okay, what year were you born in?
1999.
1999, 25, what month?
August 19th.
Very nice. So why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I see the way he's doing with America right now, and it's just amazing what he's doing right now.
Okay, since the beginning of his term, S&P 5 growth in American stock markets have stagnated. Consumer confidence is at an all-time low. Core inflation has risen. Investment in American manufacturing has plummeted or gone stagnant. GDP growth for the first quarter was down when GDP growth in every other developed country was up. You call that amazing? I mean, like global conflicts are at like a high since Bush, maybe?
The reason why I support him is because of abortion rights. So
abortion numbers have gone up?
Right. So, can I ask you a question? What is the what did Charlie Kirk say?
Think about it. What would Charlie Kirk say if he was in here right now? That's a great debate strategy. What would he say? What would he say?
Well, it's because abortion is murder, for one.
Okay.
I just want to put it out there. That's one thing that Trump said, but he left it up to the states, though, right? He didn't say all abortion is right. He left it up to the states. So if the states say that everything, you know what I mean? He left it up to the states.
Okay, abortion is murder, and he left it up to the states. So I don't think that abortion is murder. I have a question. If abortion is murder, would it be murder to kill like a zygote, like a unicellular human organism?
No.
Okay, so why is it murder to kill a fetus but not a zygote?
Do they both have the right term to live long term?
I don't think that survivability long term would be like the factor that determines the intentional, ruthless slaughter of a human to be murder or not. You know, like
Okay,
maybe if
but
my
Trump
grandma
did-
only has a couple weeks to live, if somebody breaks into her house in the middle of the night and takes her head off, you know, like, it's still murder, even though she doesn't have long term survivability.
Okay, but Trump did say, like, he did say this out in public, like, he does, like, grape and everything like that. He does agree with that is not okay, correct? He did say that.
Yeah, you're not
Am I
answering my question though, man. Because the question that I asked was, why is it murder to kill a fetus but not a zygote?
Because the fetus can grow to a human being.
Okay, so can the zygote. What? It is. They're both already human beings. Fun fact.
Both will be human beings.
Yeah,
Both can
man.
grow-
Biology 101. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Well.
Okay. Do you have any policies of Donald Trump's that you like? Could you name a single one?
Actually, yes. Two of them, actually. I do like the border policy, for one. And I also like the...
Could you name any of the specific policies?
Yo, look at this screen grab that somebody got out of my video today.
That's brutal. That
That's
should be
great.
that should be a thumbnail.
Heather, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Heather says, thank you for being you, Heather. That is so incredibly kind of you, y'all. Show some love to Heather down below in that comment section right now. I really appreciate you for your kindness, Heather. Huge shout out to Heather down below. Thank you so much. Jimmy, what's going on, man? You support Trump?
Yo, can you debate my dad in a few weeks? I know I'm underage. You can kick me in a few seconds.
Yeah, Jimmy, I see you back in the queue. I'll let you up. Sure, why not? Just make sure you're with your dad when you re-request. W. Heather! Uh-oh, my headset's unplugged. See that? I can't hear anything right now. What's going on, David? Do you support Trump? Goodbye, David. David does not want to chat.
Alrighty, let's get another person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Last debate on Dean's stream.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah. What's up, Tyler? You MAGA?
Hello. I'm not MAGA, but I am definitely conservative, and I did vote for Trump.
Okay.
So,
all right. What about you,
you're
American
MAGA?
Veal?
I'm gonna say
Yo, what's up?
Nah, I'm gonna do one. Take it away, Tyler. Why do you support Trump?
why do I support Trump?
I'm tired.
Am again very conservative. I am pro-life. I'm a Christian, and I believe that we should prioritize those issues over.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I
okay.
really
okay.
don't give a crap
So
about
because
the economic.
because
stuff,
you're a Christian. Okay, well actually you should
Yeah.
care about the economy because the economy is linked to higher qualities of life. You want people to have higher qualities of life, meaning you want a better economy. But okay.
sure,
All right,
but I
awesome.
think-
Listen.
I think,
Would you say because you're a
I'm
Christian?
talking more about moral issues.
So okay. No, I mean it was immoral when Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll. You don't ever talk about that. But
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. I don't like Trump at all as a person. I think it's more of
okay, real quick before we
which
continue.
side do I
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 21.
What year were you born in?
03.
Great. Okay, all right, awesome. Real quick, Tyler. So would you say that the moral belief that informs your pro-life perspective is the fact that you think all humans that are alive have a right to life, and if you unjustifiably terminate that life, that is murder?
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it is murder when doctors in the hospital pull the plug on brain dead patients that do not have DNRs?
Oh man, but I don't think that can be brought into the discussion on abortion. Like, I think
We can.
that
I'll
can
show
be
you
a
how.
separate discussion.
No, I'll show you how
Okay,
it could be brought
I'd
in.
love to hear it.
Sure, let me just.
Sure.
There's Tanner. Fucking hell. Oh, there's.
That's so
Buckingham.
brutal, dude.
There's Abreu Garcia. There's Trump. Dude, I have so many pictures pulled up, man. SCOTUS ruling. Oh my God. Where? Wait, I swear to God, I just clicked through all of them. MS-13, graph.
What is that?
Yeah,
Dean, explain.
No,
Explain that right now.
No, man, don't worry about it. Is it gone? I think it's gone. Yo, my moral chart is gone.
Okay, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
I'm looking for a chart that I have to show you.
Okay.
Give me a minute.
I just want to make sure we're not like deterring from like, I don't know.
We're not detracting from the conversation. In fact, we're merely
Okay.
adding to it. We're adding to the conversation. Adding to the conversation. Okay, it looks like I just have to create a new image and pull it up here.
Sorry, I don't know why I said deterring. That was the wrong word, but whatever.
Phenomenal. Okay, so here's the graph
okay.
that I'm going to show to you. The reason why this graph is important is because I brought up the fact of, do you think it is murder to pull the plug on brain dead patients in the hospital? And you said no. And then you said that you fail to see the relevancy as it relates to our conversation about abortion.
Wow.
So
Okay,
the reason that it is incredibly relevant is because your underlying moral principle that drives the conclusion that abortion is murder would also thereby drive the conclusion that pulling the plug on a brain dead patient is murder. Why? Because it is applicable in the scenario. And if a moral principle is applicable in a scenario, then it must be true. It ought be the case, right? In all scenarios in which it could apply to. And if you would reject one conclusion, then you reject, the totality of the principle, as principles are all-encompassing. Barbie, thank you for the Rocky. I appreciate that. And as soon as you would hold to the belief that principles are not all-encompassing, and there's not an issue with your position, believing that it is murder to kill any human that is alive, but then not holding to the conclusion that it is murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient, you are no longer operating inside the confines of logic. And if we want to be illogical, well, I could say that it is murder to kill a human that's alive, but it's just simply not murder to kill a fetus. So for that reason, you have to treat these moral principles as all-encompassing, but you don't, meaning you have a contradiction in your view. And because you have a contradiction in your view is false.
Yeah, I didn't say I disagreed that it is murder. I just said it's a separate discussion, and I don't think it's as relevant or prominent. And the amount of deaths, which I don't know off the top of my head, but the amount of deaths, and I do believe like an abortion is a death of an unborn child. And what about you just leave the fetus in there?
Man, with all due respect, I just gave you like an ethics. I just gave you like an ethics 101 about why it is relevant for us to discuss. Did you track it?
Yeah, no, I think there is some relevance, but I also.
So do you think it's murder?
It's pulling the plug.
Yeah, on brain dead patients.
Okay, are they? I don't see the relevance because a fetus is an unborn child, and they will.
So the relevance is that you told us that it's wrong to kill the fetus because they're a human that's alive. A brain dead patient is also a human that's alive. Also, for everybody in the chat saying that Dean looks exhausted, it's because I am. I've been up and at 'em all day. Went to the protests. Got home, filmed, didn't eat lunch, went live, and now it's 9 p.m. So, yeah. I'm
How many hours are you into the stream?
I'm at 4. I'm right at 4 right now, so I'll probably end it after this discussion.
Yeah, no wonder Dean's exhausted. Dean's been working all day.
Yeah, I've been working all day, man. I've been working all day. I love it, though, dude. Today was great. Even though I'm tired as fuck, today was great. Seriously, man. Great fucking day. Oh, my God. I felt so patriotic today. Yeah, do you have a response to my question?
What was your question?
Oh, good Lord. Okay.
I'm sorry.
The question was, is it murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient?
Yeah, I said yes. but
Oh,
I don't
really?
think it's relevant to the conversation.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait.
I never disagreed.
Do,
No,
so
no, no.
do
I
you
never
think that it
disagreed.
should be
I just said it
illegal?
wasn't relevant.
So murder should be illegal. So it should be illegal to pull the plugs on brain dead patients? What the hell should we do then?
Well, obviously they're brain dead for a reason. Like they're not just in the womb, unborn
Can you answer my
child,
question, please?
human with
If
the right to life.
if it should be illegal to pull the plugs on brain dead patients, what should we do with brain dead patients?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. I have no idea what I would do in that situation, and I think it would be very situational. Like if that person is going to be brain dead the rest of their life, and they don't have somebody to take care
brain
of them,
death is always
like,
irreversible.
I don't.
Brain death always implies a total and complete lack of all cognitive function.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I've never heard of that definition for that.
That is the
okay.
medical
Well,
definition. There's no other definition for the word. That is the only definition for the word.
Okay, I thought we were talking about somebody who's like, they're, I don't know.
So, is it murder to pull the
Fully-
plug off a life support of somebody with total, complete, and irreversible lack of cognitive function?
Oh yeah, that's murder. Yes.
Okay. So what should we do with brain dead patients? Because if we can't pull the plug on them, what do we do? Do we just leave them alive indefinitely without any experience whatsoever, without any cognitive function
and does
whatsoever?
the family have to pay for that?
Oh, man,
Because
it's
it
like,
costs
oh my gosh, I
thousands
don't
of dollars
know.
per day.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that is a whole different discussion. Again, like I I see what you're getting at, and I don't necessarily
I have a question. Do you think that
see the
like
relevance,
genocide?
but
Do you think that like genocide can like be defined in a loose sense as like just like an intentional systemic murder?
would you mind rephrasing?
Can we agree that like a loose definition of genocide is just going to be the intentional murder of a lot of people with a common trait?
Sure.
Okay, well, we intentionally pull the plug on a lot of brain dead patients in a lot of hospitals every single day because of the common trait that they're brain dead. So would you say that there's a genocide in America today of brain dead patients?
Is there a what?
That there's a genocide in America. A state-sanctioned genocide. The state's okay with it, and they even fund it.
Oh,
The
because
patient is
people
on
are pulling
Medicaid or
the plug on-
Medicare. So is there a state-sanctioned genocide in America today that nobody's talking about?
I wouldn't phrase it that way. No.
Okay, so then you
But-
don't think it's murder because we agreed
No.
that genocide is going to be the intentional,
Again,
like
I
mass
don't
murder of a
disagree
lot of
with-
people based upon some common trait. Okay, well, intentionally, like hospitals do intentionally mass pull the plug on brain dead patients based upon that common trait.
Yeah.
Meaning,
So
if
I
pulling the
said-
plug on a brain dead patient is murder, then there is a genocide in America today of brain dead patients, and because it's
Yeah, I
state
said I
sanctioned and
wouldn't
funded
use
in
the
many
word
circumstances.
genocide. Okay. I wouldn't use the word genocide.
then-
That's what I meant. Like
so
I wouldn't
then-
phrase
so,
it that way.
So then you just simply don't think it's murder. Because if you do think it's murder, then it would logically follow that it is genocide.
Oh my gosh, these comments are insane. I swear, I feel like we're deterring again, or not deterring, whatever the heck the word is.
I'm showing you
I
the
wanna
absurd
talk about
outcomes
abortion, and you want to talk about like
I'm just showing you the
brain
absurd.
dead
Well, I'm showing you the absurd.
patients.
I'm showing you the absurd outcomes that are entailed from your logic. Because of your logic, it is just as likely that it is true that abortion is murder as it is likely that it is true that there's a state-sanctioned, paid for genocide in America today that nobody cares about.
Oh, so I'm not saying that people shouldn't care about other issues such as those. I'm just
like
saying.
lose my mind. Like, chat. Is my point clear? Is like, is what I'm saying clear, or is she like being intentionally dense, or am I making no sense?
I think.
Well, I
think
just don't
you're at
want to
the
talk
end-
about.
I think you're end of the live. I think
I
you're
don't
at
want
the.
to talk about brain dead patients.
Oh,
You know,
wow.
like-
You don't want to talk about what happens when I take your logic and demonstrate why it's wrong. Yeah, that means that your logic is probably...
No,
Thank you. Real quick, okay. Is it murder to kill a unicellular human organism?
I have no idea what that means.
What word did I say that you don't know what it means?
Unicellular.
One cell.
Okay.
So is it...
What do you mean by cell?
Is it murder to kill a
You guys-
one-cell
okay.
human organism?
No, that it's not a human.
I actually wait. So a one-celled human organism isn't a human? What?
No, but you're talking about like
Zygote?
you're not using those. You're not specifying to say human.
I
So like
did.
whatever, some
Wait.
cell on Mars that
Wait,
like they
wait,
found.
wait, Abby.
No, that's not life.
What do you mean by cell? Is it
Okay, 1 second. I'm trying to play this back to you,
Oh,
but I have
Oh,
music
awesome.
playing. Where's that coming from? Sorry, Glass Animals has to go so I could play this back. I literally did say human. We'll go ahead and take a listen real quick. Real quick, okay. Is it murder to kill a unicellular human organism?
Oh,
I have no idea
awesome.
what that means.
Okay.
Okay. So what's the answer to the question?
Well, can we just not? I don't know why you're phrasing it that way. That's why it confused me. You
Bruh.
used big fancy words to try to trip
Bruh,
me up. So
is
yes,
it murder to kill a zygote?
Yes, it is.
Using
Okay, so
fancy words, scene, big words.
So IUDs, okay, that's a form of birth control. They kill zygotes
Y'all.
by preventing their implantation
Okay.
into the uterine lining. So if a woman has an IUD, knows it can kill zygotes, is sexually active, and it does kill zygotes, are they a murderer?
Sure. I don't know.
What? Should all murderers go to jail?
Oh, I do believe that. I
Okay.
do believe
So women with some forms of birth
in the
control
death penalty.
So, how many people do you have to murder in order to be deserving of the death penalty?
Oh my gosh, a life for a life. I think that is
So if
moral
a woman
and
is sexually
biblical.
active with an IUD and kills a zygote, she needs to be killed?
No.
Wait, why? Because she's a
absolutely
murderer.
not.
I thought you just said a life for a life.
No,
she
an
killed
IUD
she killed a life.
No, an IUD is not taking.
Wait,
a
if I
life.
slap
No,
a zy-
that's
wait,
stopping
hold up.
that's
Can I give her this
stopping
hypothetical?
conception.
Wait, hold up. If I have in a petri dish a zygote and I slap the fuck out of the zygote and I kill it on stream for TikTok and YouTube content, should I be murdered?
No, okay. There's a difference between stopping contraception and murdering an.
Did you just listen
oh my
to
gosh.
what he said? Okay, I don't know how this works. I want you to listen to Barker's question.
Yeah. If there's a zygote in a
That's an
petri dish,
insane question, but sure.
if there's a zygote in a petri dish and I slap the zygote, right, for TikTok and YouTube content, should I be murdered?
Your smirk is leading me to believe that this is a trick question, or I don't think.
My smirk, I'm
I don't-
literally just like I'm just sitting here like
Okay. No, I don't think that is. Again, I don't think that's relevant to our conversation here. Yeah, sure. I don't know if
I have a
if you
question.
would classify that as murder, then yes.
I should be murdered. You think I should be murdered because I slapped a zygote in a single cell organism?
No. Okay.
She thinks I should be executed because of that.
No. Okay.
I
No.
have a question. If Parker bombed an IVF clinic that contained 13 million unicellular human zygotes, by the way, that wouldn't be even like a large IVF clinic, would he be worse than Hitler?
Oh no.
That's not even like a particularly large IVF clinic either.
What?
If Parker bombed an IVF clinic with
Why me?
What? If I bombed IVF clinic.
Okay, worse. That's worse.
If I bombed an IVF clinic with around 13 million zygotes in petri dishes and I killed them all, would I be worse than Hitler?
I don't. What?
Dude, what did I say that you didn't understand? What did I say that you didn't
Would you
get?
be worse than Hitler?
Yeah, that's what I asked. Yeah. What do you answer?
No, It's not that I'm confused about your questions. I'm confused about the relevance of your questions.
Honestly, bro, I don't even like feel like explaining it. Is anybody watching confused about the relevance of my question? Is anybody watching confused about the relevance of my question?
Probably not. 'Cause
What do
they're
you
all-
mean by question?
They all side with you, but you know.
Okay, the relevance of my question is as follows. You set forth a position on abortion, murder to kill alive humans. Me and Parker automatically start critiquing that principle for absurd outcomes or outcomes you may disagree with. One absurd outcome is that it would be murder to kill a unicellular human zygote. You don't disagree with it, call it murder, and then you say that you believe if you murder somebody, you should be sentenced to death, an eye for an eye and a life for a life. Okay, so you are basically holding this position that a zygote is just like you or I. If you kill it, you're a murderer, just like if you were to kill it, you or I, and the punishments should be severe, meaning it is very morally wrong to do. My follow-up question would be, if I killed 13 million of these, would I be worse than Hitler? Because only 12.6 million individuals died in the Holocaust. And the way I'm presenting that point to you is by asking you the question, if I bombed an IVF clinic that housed 13 million alive zygotes on Petri dishes, killing them all, would I be worse than Hitler?
I don't know why you would make that comparison.
Because the obvious answer is supposed to be no. And given the obvious answer of no, your logic
Well, yeah,
fails.
the obvious answer is no.
Okay,
But I don't
so then
want to
your logic
compare.
fails.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, if the logic would only succeed if you truly believed that in that scenario, I would be worse than Hitler. You don't believe that?
I'm not going to.
Because no sane person would.
It's
then
because
meaning
I
your
don't.
logic fails.
I would not answer in the sense of someone being worse than another. For a murder is a murder. If you murdered one or 5 billion people.
What? That's a crazy view.
Wait.
That is a crazy view.
Whoa. Okay. No, I don't believe that. Is a drunk driver that, kills somebody a murderer? I think so, because of the negligence in the action. Can we agree?
In some sense, I guess you could say that, but I think there's a difference between intentional murder and murder as a repercussion of.
I understand that you're saying intention is required, but as it relates to drunk drivers, they intentionally drove while they were drunk, which was incredibly negligent and could lead to the death of others. So I mean, if you're chugging 10 beers, going 70 into 25, and you take out my grandma, I'm gonna call you a murderer, right? Would you agree?
No, I just said. I mean, again, I don't think you can just fit all into the same category of murderer.
Whatever. Okay. So a one-count murderer is just as morally wrong as Hitler.
Morally wrong?
Yeah.
I mean, I think. I don't know. I think the
You don't know.
malicious intent. I think it's the malicious. No, sorry. I didn't know how to phrase it.
If there's
I think
a one-count
the
murderer,
malicious-
are they just as
Oh my God.
impactful as morally wrong as Hitler?
It's the malicious intent behind it. So
Bro,
again,
dude, it's a malicious intent behind it. Does not answer the question. Is a one-count murderer just as morally wrong as Hitler? What are we doing?
depending on the malicious intent. So like a drunk driver hitting somebody, that's the repercussion of their actions.
Oh my God. Is a one-count murderer with malicious intent just as morally wrong as Hitler?
I'm not going to give you an answer to that. I'm sorry.
What? I'm sorry. I just
Wow. Yeah. So
no. Let's just ask it this way: is one equivalent to 6 million?
12.6 million.
No, I'm never going to say it's an equivalent. I'm
just
saying it's the
specifically
intention,
saying it.
the malicious intention behind it. And I don't think this is comparable to the discussion on abortion. Just because people don't even consider it murder. So, I think that's the number one problem, right?
Wait. Yeah, no, that's you're not answering the question. We're talking about a one-count malicious murderer. Also, by the way, the Nazis didn't consider it murder either. Boom, bam, 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 Tyler. Look at that. Sounds stupid. Holy shit. David, thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on the YouTube stream. I really appreciate you for that love, David. Let's give 500 David W's down below. David said, I went through this with my partner. He was alive, but according to the doctor, he was brain dead. I had to decide, and I chose to let him go. I'm devastated. by the decision every day, but I believe it was the right choice. David, man. I can't even believe how hard of a decision that would be, because regardless of, what the facts say, regardless of the fact that if somebody is brain dead, that means they have irreversible cognitive function, like that will forever be a decision in which is justifiably overrun by emotion, and it should be. And if it's not, there's something wrong. And I'm really sorry. And I'm really sorry you had to experience that, man. That had to be one fucking tough decision. And that must make you one fucking tough man. Very strong, bro. Shout out to David down below in that chat. So Tyler, do you have a response to what we're saying here?
Oh my God.
Okay, she does not have a response. Megan, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo saying go to bed. Dean, yeah, I'm going to go to bed soon. I'm not going to lie. This conversation is going to end soon. I'm going to get dinner and go the fuck to bed. Thank you for the $25, Megan, as well as John with the $20 saying thank you for educating people, including myself. I really appreciate you for the love, John. That's very, very kind. That's very, very kind. As well as Heather with a 10 saying from an ex-Trump supporter, I texted my MAGA dad your TikTok about mass deportation, and to my surprise, he actually reconsidered and changed his view. Let's go. That TikTok about the 5 minutes of me explaining why mass deportation is wrong. I've heard from thousands of people that are Republicans that have now reconsidered and changed their view. That was one of the best videos I've ever put out. Nancy, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo saying kick her and go get some rest. Lol, these kids do not do any research before they debate. Honestly, I am really close to doing that. Thank you for the $20, Nancy. Shout out to you. Shout out to all of you guys. I really appreciate that. As well as Veronica, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Let's get 1,000 Veronica W's. Veronica says, thank you, Dean, for your knowledge and willingness to teach us and those dumbasses you have to talk to all day. You're brave and you have my vote if you ever run for president. I don't know if I'll ever run for that, but listen, Veronica, that is an incredibly kind message. You're an incredibly kind person. All the love to you. W freaking Veronica down below. And I'm actually going to follow suit with what they recommended. Goodbye. I'm going to kick you. And for everybody else listening in, at this point, the Dean Withers show has come to an end. I am tired. Long day, everybody. Barbie, thank you for the travel in the U.S. And I will see you again tomorrow. By the way, if you want an announcement of these lives every single day, go to my Instagram and join my updates channel. So I made it before I went live. It's on my story. You'll be able to find it pretty easily. And we already have, I made it 4 hours ago. And we already have 24,000 people in it. By the way, that's fucking crazy. So that's nuts.
That is diabolical.
Yeah, basically. Thank you for the galaxy. So please go join that channel if you want a daily notification of my lives. I'm going to start posting in there every single day when I go live. And that's going to be a way to just have the notification go out. Because I know that TikTok doesn't send them out all the time, and they send them out at, weird times and whatnot. But yeah, everybody, that's it from me for the night. Make sure to go watch and like my recent TikTok. I don't know why it's performing so weird. I don't know. Maybe it's because I forgot to censor some words. But also, super special shout out to Barbie. I want to thank the TikTok donors real quick. I'm going to start doing this at all the end of my streams because sometimes I could honestly kind of miss the TikTok donors because it's really small on the UI on the computer. But huge shout out to Barbie. I really appreciate you. 2Legit93, Amara Wrath, Casey, Exotic Elephant, Basically Yoda, Kat, Scarlet, Yaya, Sandy. I appreciate every single one of you so much for the love. But yes, chat, I do support Palestine. By the way, I just saw the comment section. Yoda, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Honestly, I feel like the chat asks me that like once every couple months. I see the spam once every couple months. The answer is yes. Yes. It actually, comes up on the lives every once in a while as well. But yeah, everybody, I'm going to go and head out for the evening. Parker, are you going to continue trucking on?
Yes, I am going to be live.
All right. Where are you going to be?
Parker Get a Job on both YouTube and TikTok.
Cool. All right, everybody. Go show some love to Parker at Parker Get a Job. He's going to be doing debates for the rest of the evening. But seriously, everybody, if you like these streams and you want a daily announcement, join my Instagram channel. It's on my Instagram story. If you want to find me on Instagram, go to Instagram and search Dean Withers. I'll be the first result. Hell yeah. Good night, everybody. See you tomorrow. Join the Instagram channel. Go like my recent TikTok and repost it as well. See you all tomorrow. Go rate Parker
Peace,
at
bro.
Parker Get a Job, TikTok and YouTube. Peace out, bro. Have a good rest of your night.
You as well.
And good night, everybody. I'm going to go to an end. Bye.